G'day and welcome to the Inforunners. Good morning. I'm Execute and I'm joined by Algared. How you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good, but I did remember of what you've got to share this monitor.
Ah, that's all right. I'll put that on. My bad. Sorry.
That's okay. I just went to put it on and went, oh crap.
So good. Well, it is morning for us. It's 7:15
right.
in the morning for us, but I think on the up over it's what 4:45 or 4:15 or something like that. Yeah, it's.
They're finishing work. We're kind of just waking up and having our coffee and trying to get moving. So yes.
Yes, very much so. I'm just starting the bot as we do.
Oh yes, that's the other thing we need to do.
Yep.
We almost need a message. Hey, but have you remembered to do this? Have you remembered to do that?
Yep. All right, just double checking that. And she's running. Cool. So we've obviously got ISC this week. We did actually originally plan to have both Grim and STAR-R join us. They've released their fleet viewer, but STAR-R it's 4 AM in the morning, and Grim's had family issues crop up, so we've just let that go by the wayside.
Yep.
So yeah.
And I can fully understand STAR-R's. I don't want to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Mm.
I think we've used that line ourselves. So
Yeah. Here we go. PS. Yes, persistent entity streaming. Oh man, I was watching Captain Burks this morning actually, and they were trying to redo the acronym of PES, and they were doing like piss and poop.
Yeah, I was going to say piss.
Persistent item streaming and all this stuff, and it was very immature, but it was funny to watch.
Oh well, I think in the Greek, pistos is hope, so it makes sense.
Mm. So we got a couple of people coming in now. So yeah, we've obviously got that to watch as well. We'll be taking your guys' questions as usual. We might actually have a look at, even though Grim and STAR-R are not here, we might actually have a quick look at the fleet view as well, because I think it's going to be very useful for a lot of things actually, and I don't just mean like people like say we do fix my fleet. Obviously, we could use it quite a bit, but I actually think a lot of people might use it for art and stuff as well, because it's got some interesting connotations and stuff. And I do think eventually, with what I've talked with Grim and STAR-R about, it's going to expand. So we'll see how it happens.
Well, one of the things even when we were first talking about it, we were saying, hey, do it, because should we do it? Yes, do it. We'll use it for Fix My Fleet, because it was the way they were talking about it and the artwork that Grim was wanting to put in was so much better than the current fleet viewer, and gave a lot more tools and versatility and ability to play around. And so yeah, we were very early fans of the idea of it going forward.
Did you? One thing in a bit. I'm opening up another. Algared can see what I'm doing, but yeah, I'm opening up this. Did you actually vote, Algared?
No, I haven't voted.
Slack.
I know. I could.
Did you see who's winning?
I would have voted for the Gladius. I don't know who's winning.
Well, you lost then. Thank God you didn't vote. We don't need your dirty vote.
I knew it was Redeemer versus the Gladius.
How dare you not vote for one of my favorite chips? But that's fine. Who do you reckon's going to win this one? I'll just switch it over to the browser while we're talking.
So have a look at which one you're looking at.
So it's Scorpius versus Warden. Who do you reckon's going to win that?
I think the Scorpius will win because of the X-Wing factor.
Yeah, but it's not as popular as the Hurricane, and it's already got a lot of skins. The Warden doesn't have the skins that the Warden have are just like those real generic ones that like a lot of the ships have.
I'm not saying which one I think should win.
I think this may win, but I'm going to vote the other way. So.
I think. Look, I'd like to see
Holy
win.
Yeah, it's about 2,000 in front. Wow.
I'd like to see the Warden win. Just because I think when Pyro comes, those heavy fighters, those the ones that are built to be heavy fighters and long range fighters like the Warden, will actually come into their own, and the meta of the light fighter will drop off. Yeah. As a result of those long distances need to go.
So I think
I'd like to see the Warden win because of that.
So after that we've got the 600i versus the Terrapin. I'm going to go Terrapin. What about you? 600i or Terrapin?
I would like to see the Terrapin because it is a tank. It is hard to destroy at certain things. But I also know the 600i with a rework coming is very popular, and people who don't have an 890 jump or...
I'm telling you now, the way certain people think about the 600i, it wouldn't no matter what this ship here was at second that they would pick that too.
Yep.
There are people...
And that's true. Look, it's the same if it was the 890 jump.
Yeah, exactly. This is an interesting one though, because I know a lot of people, but like I think it's even more controversial than the last one. You've got Carrack versus 400i. Now the 400i, I would say that's probably got even more supporters than the 600i. And they'll be pushing for that because they'll be like, oh, the Carrack won it. The Carrack has already got... But let's be honest, the Carrack has only got...
it's got its red skin or its white skin with a red windscreen.
In total, including the default, it's only got 3 skins. So technically, it's got like 2 skins. But
the
400i got a whole bunch at the end of last year. So it actually, if we're doing it just on a skin per skins basis, the Carrack should go ahead in that one. But I'd be voting the Carrack in that. What about you? 400 or Carrack?
400 is too small, really. If you're looking at Explorer, the 400 is at best, and I've made the comparison. I always think the 400 is in line with a Phoenix, an Aquila and a Corsair.
Yep.
It's not a Carrack, and it's never going to do as much as a Carrack. And if you look after it as a solo ship, it's totally different. Solo ship versus cruise ship.
What's the... Hang on. Can's just saying in chat that there's 3 skins and 1 variant. What's the variant, Can? You'll have to remind me. But I think the one after that, the Cutlass Black or the Mercury, they've both got skins aplenty. But I think Mercury just being so popular there, that's going to take that one. What about you? Mercury or Cutlass?
I think I'd prefer the Mercury.
Yep.
I think it's got a little bit more versatility.
Yep. Then we got another tough one there, Freelancer Max versus Raft. I think, again, I just lean towards the Raft because it's probably got less.
I'd like the Raft. I'd like to see the Raft because it looks cool. It's nothing against the Freelancer. The Freelancer's a utility truck in terms of form and the way they used to build it, but the Raft just... to me, it has vibes of the old Space 1999 type Eagle type thing. So for me, it's kind of got a bit of nostalgia, kind of throwback feel. But yeah.
Then we've got Avenger Titan versus Eclipse. So the Avengers actually got quite a lot of skins, and it's a ship that I like. And I'm going to be honest with you, not many kind of starterish ships even made it into the lineup. So it's the only kind of real one there. But that said, the Eclipse only has 1 skin, and that skin was the one that it won for the best in show, not last year, but the year before that. So it's like the only skins it's getting.
Yep, and I don't think I would hope it doesn't win this time. Yes, it's a great ship. Yes, it's great for doing those stealth runs. Yes, it's great for doing bounty hunting missions as you've done yourself. But the Titan is, regardless of what version it is still a...
I think sadly the Eclipse is going to win though on that one. So I'm kind of like you, Algared. I can go through and go, I wish this one would win, but I know this one's going to win, and I could do that almost all the way down, Sat. And then we come to the last one, which I think this is the one where a lot of people are going to meme the Mule, but quite honestly, I really would like the Pisces to take that, because the Pisces is quite a ship that I know a lot of people use. And I think they have deliberately really thought about that vote and put them against each other almost deliberately, because I don't know, like I know Badgers uses it a lot, I use it a lot. I can think of several streamers, like I know Croncy uses it, I know Henkin uses it, like I've seen multiple streamers use that Pisces. What's your thoughts on that? What do you reckon? Who do you reckon will take that? I think sadly the Mule's going to win it. Mule's going to win it, but I'd like it to be the Pisces.
I think if people are looking at it in terms of versatility, I think the Pisces is cheaper than the Mule. That's step number 1.
No, $5 difference, but Pisces takes it by $5.
Okay. So I was going on my memory.
That's all right.
And I'm old, so so in terms of price, it's a much of a muchness then, but the Pisces is more versatile. You can fly it. You can't fly a mule.
Yeah.
And that ultimately, for anyone looking for a small ship to use as a taxi or anything, I think. I'd like to see the Pisces.
If the PTV was in here, I would have voted that, because that actually really kind of needs but the mule itself is fairly new. That's why they want us to vote for it, because it requires no work for them at all, and it already has a bunch of skins as well. Like, the other thing that we've never ever really talked about when it comes to these votes that I thought of too is, because they all end up getting Warbond CCUs, I think I said this last stream, you could actually vote up 5 that were in a chain. So we can get some really awesome chains.
If you worked out the best ones for a Warbond chain to go up, that would be the way to go. But I couldn't see us being able to get the votes for it. But I did hear a rumor that one reason they took the PTV out was not because of the reasons that were stated. We're going to rework it, and we'd have to do a skin and then redo it. Well, it's already got skins, so that's a crock answer, really.
Yep.
But the answer, the one I heard, was they basically knew that the PTV was going to win.
Yeah.
Had so much support.
Yeah.
And they went, all right, let's just take it out and give it a skin.
But the other thing too, I don't know if you saw this too, I dropped it in general, and I actually added Paul yesterday. Yep. When I say general, by the way, I'm talking about our Discord. Yeah, I'll just open this for everyone. This is what I linked to Paul. This should open so everyone can see it, hopefully. Yeah. So they actually published this, which is they're planning to give it to everyone for free.
Yeah, but they'd already said that.
Yeah, but still, considering that means everyone gets at least one for free, or they all get a second one for free, and they've also stated that everyone's going to get a skin when it's reworked next year. So it did win.
Yeah.
Literally. But the fact that they're giving it away for free, I don't know, maybe it was going to affect sales, because it means everyone would have only got, $15 is not a lot. But
no, but I think, I'm not sure it would have actually. I was thinking about it the other day, and I don't think you can use the PTV as part of a CCU chain. In which case, it wouldn't have sold, because people buy the cheap one because they can use it in a CCU chain. But if a PTV couldn't be used as a cheap LTI token, it wouldn't have sold. And so I think that may be part of the reason why it's going to win. Let's get it out, give it a skin, satisfy the masses and the meme voters and the lore addicts and all the rest of it, and let's make it a ship that we will actually get sales from, because people are after that LTI token.
So the other part I'd add to that is probably the fact that the racetrack thing's coming. So if they give everyone for free, then everyone can enjoy the racetrack.
Yep. And I think, well, it's only a skin for free, isn't it?
No. Look what right there. That is the Grey Cat PTV Showdown Edition for free. So when the ship Showdown comes out, whenever it comes out around October 10th, I'm fully expecting they're going to be giving this away for free to people, because they even said it was published early by mistake.
Okay, so I had misread that as I was walking home from work, so I just thought, it's just a skin they're showing, and it might be they're meaning it's a skin. So it'd be interesting to see what the more information was, whether it was the PTV and the skin, or whether they've just mislabeled that title and it's really just a skin. But if it's the PTV, that's great. That's a really good thing.
Well, that's really cool. So they're saying in chat there that Autumium, the guy that did he's from our community, the guy that did the 3D printed PTV, apparently got an MSR for his trouble, which is cool.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, good on him. He deserves it. He put in the work.
That was
and he did a really good job. All right. We got Inside Star System to watch.
ISC to go to and watch, and
got to flip it over so Algared can see.
That's right.
and then we'll get started. All right, here we go.
It's a PESI experience, I'm sure.
Hey all, Space Dad here, coming to you from a secret facility that we'll be talking more about next quarter. Now, Alpha 3.18 has a whole lot of features that players have been anxious for updates on. And while we'll get to all of them like we always do before this quarter is out, we wanted to take this week's show and slow things down a bit for an uninterrupted, unabridged chat about persistent entity streaming. What it is, how it's been going, where it's at now, and what's coming up next. And we'll get back to our normal features next week, but for now, please join me in welcoming Benoit Beauséjour, CTO of our partners at Turbulent, for what we're calling our very first PES report. So, Benoit, welcome back to ISC. To start things off, give us a nickel version of what persistent entity streaming is.
It's a persistent entity streaming is a system that allows us to persist the entire game world and restore it from disk so that it's never lost and changes from players are meaningful.
And what's that look like to the player? How will players know if PES is working or not?
They're gonna know because every time they come back to the same server, the state will be the same. So if you leave a ship, a can, or any kind of items in the world, it'll stay there. You blow up a door, it'll be blown on that server forever.
But part of this is something that cleans up the junk afterwards, right?
Yeah, some items will be covered under lifecycle management, which they'll get recycled, right? Because obviously we need some kind of janitorial.
Sorry, Algared. So you know when he just said that you could blow up the door and it'll be blown up forever?
Well,
Does that kind of implies then that you'd be able to repair it as well?
one would hope so.
Yeah.
And I hope. And does that mean that they're actually changing the way they were looking at crafting? So if you've totally destroyed the door and you need to replace it, do you just buy a preset door and put it in, or do you actually manufacture the door? So,
or do you just use the repair tool and go, "Boo," and it just
or do you use the repair tool and you know and set it to door and does it? You know, so even if you're doing that, if the door's totally destroyed, how you know, is it just you're patching up the door? Are you programming it to do door? Are there certain things you can craft or not? So that's an interesting one. But yeah, and the other thing is it's destroyed on that server forever. So we've clearly they're even moving away from just the single I suppose shard, you know, in a sense. There's clearly an idea.
I think he said
shards. I think
he said on the server forever, but we'll see what happens.
But,
I'd hope to think that it's
on
all
I thought
servers.
he said that server on the server forever. So maybe I'm just misheard. But if they do shards where they're regional, it makes sense to me. But yeah, I don't know.
We'll see.
System behind the scenes, but there also are discussions about gameplay to do that, to help players, to get players to help us clean up the game world. But yes, that's a new avenue that persistent entity streaming opens up.
All right, now so we brought everyone up to speed.
That was an interesting point. I think it picks up that having players clean up the universe as well. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did, but
so does that mean?
I don't. I actually just think certain things need to be like you can just have an AI that goes around and picks up all the gowns or whatever, like a janitor.
But community service punishments.
Yeah.
Picking up the idea we had for fixing crime. So, yep.
On what PES is, let's get to the updates. Now, last time we heard anything was from Chris's letter from the chairman back in May, where we'd just dropped something on the ground, shut the servers down, brought the servers back up, and it was still there. What's happened in the last 3 months?
Well, so the team, which is a fairly large team at this point, has been working really hard to get our first stage delivery to what we call game dev, which is our main branch. What that means is we've moved from a prototypical work branch into what everybody in the company is using to develop the game. And so that's the big achievement, is now the technology is in the game dev branch. So everybody is using it in day-to-day, day in, day out testing. So all the bugs appear, they're right in our faces. We fix them right away. It's been a bit of a crazy time. But that's the big achievement in the last three months, is that we've stabilized the technology enough so that the entire company can now be working on it.
Define crazy.
Define crazy, everything being on fire. Like, this technology touches on every subsystem in the game. So transit was busted. Stuff was persisting in the wrong locations. You couldn't log into the game because obviously with PES comes a new login flow to get players into the game, because we need to bring your items into a new database. So that entire system was also rocky to get in, because there's a lot of cases to deal with, like timeouts if you have too many items, what happens if you have too many items, and dealing with all the different stages of the login, from authentication to you being actually spawning in the game. And so it's been a lot of debugging, encountering issues on different types of machines, because when we start, all the developers have some pretty good machines on those feature branches, but when we move to game dev, now we're exposed to all kinds of different hardware, and timing issues occur. Those are the weird ones to find. They're really difficult to trace, in fact. But so that's been the craziness, is getting exposed to way more machine types or users as well, right? Like the game requires a lot of resources to run when we develop locally, and so sometimes one service doesn't start on somebody's machine, and that causes all these crashes to start being reported, and now we have to investigate them. And so that's been a bit of it's the real-time effect that makes it crazy. It's like, we're not making technology in a bubble anymore where everybody's using it. And so that makes it really, really difficult to follow. But it's been fun finally get the technology in the hands of people that can really adjust it for the game and for the players. And so that's been fantastic.
So that's been the last.
Someone in chat just mentioning that about Jared, but Jared says he's in a secret location, but he's talked about this studio before. It's a new studio in Frankfurt or Manchester, so that's all it is.
The new studio in Manchester.
Yeah, so he's not really in a secret location. It's just a new set.
Yep. One that they're slowly getting to have up and soon. It might be their
Well, if they've sent him all the way over there, it's probably for stuff that they want to show off. That's Squadron 42 related eventually.
Well, the last time he showed us, they were working on their mocap studio, which was, looked like a very nice setup. It almost looked as big as the studio they were using for the manager, at Imaginarium when they were doing the initial stuff. And I know people will say, well, why have they got to do that? Why couldn't they? Well, it was a stretch goal. They did say they'd have their own mocap studio.
Actually, Algared, that was so long ago. They actually have one in Texas, one in LA, and they have one in Manchester. They've got one everywhere now. That was.
But this one's a massive one compared to, from what I gather, the others are. The others are kind of take up, an area they could use for it. That's the impression I got. Whereas this one is huge. Look. So anyway, that's just going off on a tangent. I got to say, I do like Benoit's poster at the back. That's kind of the hammerhead there with the Defend the Empire, nicely framed and.
Oh, and anyway. I think I just skipped the whole video forward to
the end.
No,
all right, that's it.
A completely different video.
We end up having in the databases. Can they reload fast enough? Testing all of the facets of the assumptions until it gets in properly.
Now, I know we don't like to do dates, but we got a whole lot of player testers waiting to help bang on the pipes. You wanna forecast anything?
Oh, no, I'm not even going to try to gamble on that one. I mean, we have it running in the cloud. It's running, right? But, before we're comfortable not sending the ETF team into a, just fire drill, that's going to be, there's a big difference between testers, internal testers, developers using the system, and when we get real users on it, it's completely different, right? And so it's hard to say for me. Like, I don't want to forecast it.
That's fair. That's
fair. We break it.
Now, before we let you go, I want to reiterate that PES isn't a traditional feature like players are used to. When it works, Star Citizen isn't going to look any different. it'll just be another step closer to functioning like we've always intended to. It's a major step forward in stability when all is said and done.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not going to have wipes anymore, because there's always data changes that will require us to do that. But we're really hoping that the technology will allow us to have consistent data, which we don't always have right now. Every player's had horror stories of how they're losing their mobi-glass or their eyes. Which is incidentally one thing I discovered in this project is that if you don't have eyes, you don't see markers in your visor. That's an interesting one. So trying to make sure that the data's, the technology will make sure that the data is safe and sound. So obviously less corruption. So that's the first thing we expect. Second one, stuff will persist. And to be honest, at this time, we don't totally know what that's going to mean when we put real players in it. Right. So
Right.
we do have life cycle systems and cleanups and all that stuff. Yes, we've planned for that, but we don't yet know what you guys will do with it. And that will greatly affect how the technology functions, right, in the end. So that's going to be interesting to see. So as a player, stuff you put on one server will stay there, right? It's there until that server gets, wiped manually, but by default.
So Algared, when he's saying that, I think he's talking more about like how the game is right now, where we've only got servers that have 100 people on it. I think, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe that will change as we go down the road.
Your server will just persist. Like you said, it's a stepping stone technology. Really, what this means is behind the scenes, the simulation and the replication of the game. So simulation is the stuff that runs the physics and the rendering and the AI, right, is one thing. And the replication, which is sending updates and the state of all these entities as they're being simulated. This used to be like this, right? And now with PES and the game server, this is split into two. And that's the big achievement that PES allows us to do. Yes, we get persistent state. That's awesome. That's great. But the real thing is that we separate simulation from replication, and that allows us to do server meshing after that. And that's the reason why we're doing this.
All right, last question then. How do you feel?
Good. I feel good. Tired, but we're in the home stretch, so I'm happy. I'm happy about where we are. I'm happy that the company now can use the technology and see what it's like to persist everything. I mean, our dev servers are now littered with, stuff flying around, which is cool. But I know I feel good. I feel encouraged. Also stressed out because we need to scale it, right? So it's that 10% that takes 90% of the time, right? So that's the effect I'm a bit stressed out for, but it's okay. I feel good about it.
All right, Benoit, thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, man.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, hopefully, it's that persistent entity streaming may not be the most visual of features, but it is the next big step in realizing a universe where players can truly leave their mark. The last major milestone that'll make server meshing possible, and that it's still heading your way in the upcoming Alpha 3.18. Now, thank you for taking this ISC detour with us this week, but don't worry, we've still got 4 more episodes left this quarter where we'll be covering things like hull stripping, cargo refactor, the new 600i and MSR crash sites, and more, as well as meeting the performance capture team and exploring their new facility next door. And then maybe we'll stop by. His people are talking to my people. We'll see what. Thank you for taking this ISC detour with us this week, but don't worry, we've still got 4 more episodes left this quarter where we'll be covering things like hull stripping, cargo refactor, the new 600i and MSR crash sites, and more, as well as meeting the performance capture team and exploring their new facility next door. And then maybe we'll stop by. His people are talking to my people. We'll see what we can make happen. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all next week.
I'm pretty sure he said Chris Roberts, though. Alrighty. Well, this looks like it's going to be an incredibly short screen. We've got 2 questions.
All right.
Oh, I can go back to bed. This will be great. So, yeah.
And get a Black Dream Hunk on Twitch.
Yes.
Just to let you know that we are paying attention.
ISIS is a package. Yes, it is. Sorry, we got a first-time chatter on Twitch as well. Robert Vose. Hey, man. Yeah, hello to everyone that's been saying hello. Yes, Captain Rain. There's a few others in there as well. But yeah, I don't know. How did you feel about that ISC? It was a bit different, wasn't it? It did feel like a bit of a gap filler.
It did feel like a bit of a gap filler. But I think it's also, I know we often say things like this, but it's the nature of development. You know, some things in development are boring as batshit when you talk about them, and yet they're intrinsic. And from what Benoit was saying, this persistent entity streaming thing is really important for server meshing.
Yeah, and we're not really going to notice it that much. That's the other thing, and that's one of the most interesting things about game development. You only ever really see the forward-facing stuff. There's so much that works in the background that you just never ever see.
But stuff under the hood that you never see, and this is the type of stuff that, as I said, boring as bat dung, you know, and all the rest of it. But it's the type of thing, even though it doesn't add any gameplay, and yet in a sense it will add gameplay because it's the stuff that you leave and come back to, or the fact that you destroy something and it's destroyed until it's repaired or removed, or and I can imagine, you know, you leave something down on the planet and you come back and it's gone. Has that been cleaned up by the janitorial staff or the game cleaning, or has it been removed by a player?
It biodegraded.
Yeah, biodegraded, cleaned up by AI, or moved by a player, you know, so...
So Misfits in chat says, why would CR's people have to speak to his own people? Because if you haven't noticed, he hasn't been talking to us very much at all. They've really restricted how we can talk to us, and I think a lot of that's got to do with the board, quite personally. Yeah. What about you, Algared? What are your thoughts on that, or you don't want to talk about it?
There was a comment.
Why would Chris Roberts' people have to speak to his own people? And I think it's because of the board.
I think it's also a nature of a company getting so big.
Yeah, that too.
You know, so it was a lot easier when it was a company of 30 or 40 people. You'd know yourself, you know, if you're in a group of 5 or 6 people, you talk to you go across and you talk to everyone and get their ideas. But the second you go to a group of 30 people, it's not as easy. You go to 300 people and you don't do it.
I think it's a little bit more than that too, though, because the last couple of times he appeared at, like when he was at CitizenCon and stuff, they had like someone else with him almost babysitting him. So he didn't promise anything or whatever. So yeah.
Well, unfortunately, like there's that problem with fans of a game and backers, that anyone says anything and it's an absolute promise, you know. And I go back to things like the, you know, the Million Mile High Club. You get 1,400.
It's even sooner. It's even sooner than that, because like look what happened to the roadmap. They removed the whole roadmap stuff because people thought they were promises. So yeah.
But you know, like the old, you know, the comments that were made in the lunchtime streams way back, you know, people would say, "Oh, it's a promise." You can't do throwaway things like. And I've done the same thing, you know, like I constantly, you know, I'll often say, "Oh, Chris has got to come back to Australia because he made that promise on national television for 100 million." But in fairness, it was a throwaway line, you know. The reporter says, "Oh, will you come back? You know, when you get X, oh yeah, we'll come back when we get that." You know, it wasn't real. It wasn't a promise. Anyone who thinks it was a promise is an idiot. You know, and you know, I talk about it in those terms of being a promise, but you know, it wasn't.
So I'm reading what Dell said there. He said he should be the front person for the project, not hiding behind the monitor pretending he's just a programmer. 100% agree with that. I think a lot of people back this project because of Chris. So
yeah, well, I know I did.
It's really weird to me that Chris Roberts was the face of it, but slowly since about 2017, it's ridiculously becoming Disco Lando that's the face of it, which I find just bizarre, quite honestly. But yeah.
Yeah. Now, if it was Aaron, I could understand that, because my memory is that Aaron doesn't like being the front man. He doesn't like being up front.
Yeah.
You know, so I remember at at the PAX Australia, and they were practicing, and Chris says, "Oh, we'll do this." And I was like, "No, I don't want to." You know, totally different personalities in Aaron and Chris. It was quite interesting to watch. But yeah.
All right, we'll take some questions. If you guys got questions, shoot them towards us. I will probably jump into SC and play some SC while we do these questions. But yeah, when the questions run out, we end the stream. That's just how it works. Unfortunately, that we did have a very short ISC. Normally get through about the first hour. We've basically done half an hour.
That's because we're usually stopping and talking as we're going. But
yeah, there was okay. When the last question is how you're doing, you know he's padding and trying to stretch it out as long as he can. So yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So
yeah, anyway.
So the
question number 1
is from Ace Hambone, who asks, "Is the Terrapin a highly detailed scanner?" I'll let you take that one.
Yes and no. It is a tank. It's not a highly detailed scanner. It's a turtle. It can take a beating. I know people who say they take the Terrapin down to do jump down and they haven't died. You can't kill it.
I would answer a different way. I would say it's got 2 scanners. So basically, it's not really that much different from anything else other than it has 2 of them.
It's got 3. It's got the standard chip scanner, and it's got two utility mounts for scanners, so technically 3. But yeah. Okay, next question.
Yep.
All right, next question is from Jedi Drifter. And Jedi Drifter says, if a popular YouTuber can skew the vote so far that the Argo wins best in show, what's the point?
Who is the popular YouTuber? Because I don't think you can really, even if you talk to Paul himself, I don't think Paul might have kicked it off, but it wasn't any one person. That was kind of like it started and it was just a wave. I don't think you would ever blame one person for that personally, but
yeah, and
it was more. It was more than the meme too. It was also done because we were trying to show them how stuffed up their system was, and they've actually said, like I've heard in the grapevine, they're not going to be able to fix it until next year. But this year, at the very least, they did try. Like if we go back to the page that I was on. Hang on 2 secs. If you give me a second, I gotta find it now. I'll probably butcher this, but
yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the page you're looking for. So
the page I'm looking for is they actually talk about. I'm gonna have to go find it. Give me a minute. They've basically essentially grouped the ships. And in grouping the ships, they've actually made it so it's a little bit more fair. Yeah, here we go. So you got Pool A, which is all the fighters together. Then they've got Pool B, which is all the explorers, and then Pool C, which is cargo, and then Pool D, which is just a bit random. But
the leftovers.
Yeah, but by breaking it up like that, though, they don't have certain classes of ships dominating, which is what happened in some previous years where, other ships were like just absolutely destroyed. So they've spread it out a little bit, which is good.
And you are right. I've seen a post from Tyler. I was pointed to a post from Tyler in Spectrum. I can't remember what it was, but Tyler was basically saying, "Yep, we want to change it, but we can't. Not until next year." And I'm pretty certain Paul might be my source who pointed that out, but I'm going on memory. So, if you didn't say that, Paul, I apologise. But it was, I think, certainly with the Argo PTV, there was a bit more than even just trying to do that. There were grounds for saying, hey, the Argo is an important vehicle. It was the first. It was the first thing we could play with and use and do stuff with. So it wasn't, it's just a meme. There were actually reasons for it. And you look at the lore for the Argo PTV, it is immensely deep. It's probably one of the deepest pieces of lore for a little vehicle that we've got. and it's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer. So yeah, I'm waxing lyrical on the PTV because I do like the lore and everything else that goes with it. But as a ship to win the best in show, realistically, was it a good choice for those who want an LTI token? No, because we can't use it as an LTI token. We can't CCU to it or from it. So, well, you just found a hole.
Well, I just realised I was playing yesterday and I was doing, because the patch had come out, I was redoing my bounties, and I was on my way to Art Corp, I think at the time, and I got 30k'd or crashed the desktop or whatever. So this has actually put me back where I was. So I'm in the middle.
So it hasn't moved you into the centre of the universe or the centre of a system?
No.
Oh, that's lucky.
Okay.
Is there another entry point?
I don't think there's no docking. Is there?
There is a docking collar. I think you can get in there still.
No, I don't think you can. Oh, maybe we can. Oh, my face! Alright, next question, Algared.
Place planet. Sorry, you had me transfixed by your efforts to get in the ship there. People probably saw my jaw drop. Okay, next question is from Hayes ×3. He says, oh, sorry, wrong question. Shim Pasta has a question. How far are we from persistent hangars?
Oh my...
I don't know.
How long is a piece of string?
Yeah, how long is a piece of string? How far are we from persistent streaming?
How long are me and Algared from your house?
Yeah, so we have no idea.
Yeah.
Can't answer that at all because I have no idea. You outside the ship again?
It just keeps making me fall through the floor every time.
Try and walk on a different part of the floor.
Well, how do I get to the passage? How do I get to the...
Yeah, I don't know. I just realised because there's only one passageway, you probably... Yeah. Can you jump? Jump through the door?
I don't know. If I can get to the... As long as I can get to the passenger seat, that's all that matters. Oh,
you mean the pilot seat?
Hey, we went right. Cool.
Okay, so the next question, after the question we couldn't answer, and we're sorry, we're a bit like CIG, we can't do when.
Yeah.
And we're in a worse position, we have no idea when. So, Hayes ×3 has a question. Light beer, IPAs, dark beer, or spirits? I have no idea what an IPA is, so I won't be saying that one.
I think he's asking what alcoholic beverages
what
we
is
enjoy.
our favourite beverage?
Yeah. I like spirits myself.
I probably do like spirits. Spirits and coffee, not together, but actually a coffee and spirits together can be quite good if it's done well. But yeah, I'm probably a spirits man. Ted Wendelbaum has a question. He says, what good is it if we don't wind up on the same server, your items lost in the parallel universe? Yep.
So I think you're more likely going to, as I said, I think you're more likely to see that initially when we're on those like 100 player servers. But I think as time goes by, like I always said since the beginning, you're most likely going to have a US server, and European server, and an Australian server at the very least because of latency. So that might be a bit of separation, but there's no reason also they can't link it together so it feels like one world. So there's one persistent server. So basically if I leave a cup somewhere, even though I'm on the Australian server, it means someone on the European server could see it. So they could actually get away with doing that. It just depends how they decide to do it at the end of the day and what's best overall.
It would depend on how they upload as well. And I could see a problem with that. If I'm already on the server in that location and you're on another server and you drop your cup, does that cup suddenly appear?
Yeah.
Or if I'm on the server walking around and someone's dropped a cup at that location and you log in, do you now have the updated server that can see that cup and I don't? So, and I don't know how much of a thing that is on coming at that from a non-programmer mind.
And what's more important, a cup or someone else's ship? So you got to look at it layers of importance, like, because at the end of the day, like, your cup is important to you, but I don't really give a shit about your cup, you know, like.
But using the cup is just that example of a thing, you know, whether it's the item or other things. So, or, you know, we're on a server at an outpost, and Joe Blogs on another server blows the door up. Does the door suddenly get destroyed on our server? And I think that's what Benoit seemed to be talking about. It's destroyed on that server first.
I think, as I said, though, I think he's implying the smaller servers at this stage, which is what we have right now. We'll see.
But also going back to the question on the servers, I thought I heard ages ago, and I don't know how well my memory, you know, how well I remember this, or where it's just even stuff that we talked about. That I thought they talked about you'd be linked to that server, so you log off, and when you come back on, you'd be shunted to that server.
That's true. That might be a good way to test it too. Now you bring that up, trying to always funnel you back to the same server. Yeah, that's true.
And that might have issues if you can't get into the server because it's full, but I think the idea was always to try and shunt you to that server, or maybe if you can't get in, maybe it copies that original server and puts you back in so you get there. So, again, that's me coming at it from a non-programmer's mind. There's possible solutions or how they're looking at it, but...
this does feel a little bit overkill, this torpedo, but...
Yeah, but...
I'm just telling myself he deserves it.
Of course he does. Retaliator is a nice ship. I do like the Retaliator. I think I like the Retaliator more than I like the Eclipse, even though the Eclipse does give you that stealthy approach. And one gone. Moving on. The K9 Music has a question. Their question is, I'm going to find it again because it just popped up. Not the question popped up, but it got scrolled up a little. In an ideal world, what would be your top 4 ships from the Showdown CCU-wise?
Oh, well, okay.
So going for our string of 5.
Hang on, just can we go on to the next question, and I'll get to. Or actually, no, just give me 30 seconds. This is a weird way to do it, but if I can start warping to Hurston, then
you can actually do stuff and not worry about.
Yeah, and what I'll do is I'll go back to the screen and we'll look at those.
Yeah. And hopefully by the time you get back, you'll be there and won't have crashed into a planet. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. I've only got one warp, and then we can let's have a look at it. Come on.
I will deal with the next comment. It's no question. Raul Zalinto says, "I'm still young and I know everything. You know nothing, Jon Snow."
Yeah, that's basically it.
I think that's the appropriate response to that.
Yep. All right, so if I flick this back over to this, if I've done the right thing, we should be on that screen. Are we on the right screen? Yes, we are. All right, so what did you say? 4.
Can says, remember there were some leftover questions from last week. All right, thanks, Can.
We'll go back.
I'll go back and see if I can find them.
We have CCUs for the Redeemer. We have CCUs for the Gladius. We have CCUs for the Scorpius.
All right, I think I found where the point is.
We have CCUs for the 600i. I don't think there's a Warbond CC for the Terrapin. I could be wrong. Carrick, we have them 400i, not as many. Cutlass, we've got heaps. Mercury, we've got heaps. Freelancer, don't have many for the Raft. Do have one for the Eclipse. Do have one for the Terrapin. Price is a mule. Yeah, so there's not many there that are really we don't have hits on before. Yeah, I don't know. What's yours? Like, I'm just looking at, like, I don't think there's... I think the Terrapin's not had one. But all the others, because they're quite popular ships, they've actually had them before. You there, Algared? I've muted myself. So I've been talking this whole time and you haven't said anything. Right, okay.
No, because I was just thinking, is there a problem? Am I waiting for you to say something?
Sorry, what happened was when
I was being polite.
Well, you should have said something because I wasn't saying anything. Anyway, what I was saying. Sorry, I've accidentally hit that key when I've alt tabbed.
Yep.
Right. So basically, what I was saying is we've had CCUs for the Redeemer, we've had CCUs for the Glaives, and I'm talking about Warbond CCUs and stuff like this. Scorpius, Vanguard, 600i, Terrapin's the only one I think in the entire list to make the short run of it. And the Raft, that would be the other one that haven't had really big, super discounted Warbond CCUs, but also because of where they sit, they'd only get like the Terrapin's probably going to get $20 off. The Raft's probably going to get $10 off. Yeah, there's. Terrapin's my top choice just because it's one that hasn't had it.
But I think the question's more looking at what would be the top 4 or top 5 you'd go for to create a string.
Well, the other thing is the more expensive the ship is, the bigger the discount. So, you know, you could almost just say the 4 most expensive would be the easiest way to do this. But if you look, it depends how you're looking at it too. Because
I think
are you looking at it from someone that already has a lot of CCUs?
I'd look at it certainly from the way you initially talked to the idea of having a string of 5 CCUs as making a CCU chain or places along the CCU ships or the ships from the Western show. So I was thinking, okay, you start off with the Mole or the Pisces as your starting point. You don't need a CCU discount on those. It's just, well, maybe you do want one, but okay, you've got those 2. What would be the next ship in the starting point? Which one would you want? And go up. But as you said, there's also the other way of you'd go the top 5, the top 5 most expensive ships, and say, okay, yep, get one for that, get one for that, get one for that, get one for that, get one for that. But if you look at the way they're grouping the ships now, you're not going to be able to get that, I don't think.
No, and I don't think some of them would link up either. But like as I said, like if you also look at it from the point of people that would already have a lot of CCUs, the Terrapin would be one, but the Terrapin would also interfere with other ones, like it would have interfered with things like the Scorpius and stuff like that. So yeah, it's
yep.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to go up to the previous questions we had. I think I've got where we ran off last time. If someone can remember where, I think we were at Randy Alom's question.
Yeah.
Would a Vulcan supporting make a ballistic Centurion viable?
I'll let you answer that one.
No, I don't know.
Have you used the Centurion?
Nope.
So basically, the Centurion versus the Ballista has to be reloaded because it's ballistic. The Centurion's advantage is as sustained fire, but it's a shorter range than the Ballista. So the Ballista definitely has a place, but even alluding from what they said from the Q&A, it looks like the Atlas platform at the end of the day will be one vehicle. So it is going to have a huge advantage of the game because it's going to be this multi-headed vehicle that you can just change the turrets and stuff on, and that's just based on what they said about the paints. If you go back and watch the Q&A that they did a couple of weeks back, they were talking about the paints, and they were alluding to that they were the same paint for each vehicle. And so if it's going to do the same paint, well then if the paints are the same, that means they're the same vehicle, which means that they're going to be able to swap stuff around.
Maybe.
Yeah. Just based on what they said.
But if they're doing the vehicle has, you know, modules that you swap in and out, I wouldn't call it the Atlas. I'd have called it the Hydra because it's got so many heads. But you know,
I can't believe they called it the Atlas and didn't even think of that as the Titan suit personally, because Atlas was a Titan. But you know, they don't seem to think before they name things. I don't know.
Well, I think they do. It's just, you know, it's like
Well, look, can you imagine if you'd named every Titan suit after a Titan?
Yeah.
Would have made sense, but
but hindsight is is 2020.
Well, they're also too scared to rename things, which is something I think they should definitely be doing. You know, like they talked about the bed tier system coming out for the Apollo, you know, and they were like, oh, so there's tier 3, tier 2, tier 1, and they're like, oh, it's actually meant to be the opposite of that, but someone released it backwards, and so now we're stuck with it. So, well, then just turn it around. If it's broken, fix it.
Well, it wasn't necessarily that it was broken. It was, as I understand it, the way that they work at the moment is literally the way it's used in first aid. So you know, you
mean triage? You mean triage? Yeah.
And so it's using that medical approach, but it's the opposite way to what we usually think of for levels of things. So both are correct. It's just that one makes more sense for noobs like us who don't work in that field. So, all right. So next question from last week was from Crown 8, and their question seemed to be, just went back and got caught up on my question. Okay, thanks for answering, fellas. No worries. Glad we were able to help. Vitor Win has a question. They say, taking into account operating costs, crew size, do you think the smaller group is better off with a Liberator or a Kraken?
Well, do you have a group of 2 people or a group of 10 people? So I think you answered your own question there.
And then the question was, do you think there, and then it goes on to the second question, do you think there will be a ship in between those two?
100%. We've talked about it quite a bit. The other interesting thing is on the page, it actually, before the Liberator came out, and I don't know if it's still that way, the Liberator is listed as a light, what was it? A light carrier, but so was the Kraken.
Yeah.
So if they're both light, where's the medium and where's the heavy? You know, obviously the Pegasus being the bigger one, but yeah.
Well, I just said that the Bengal's the heavy carrier. But yeah, and I've always, I think I've said it numerous times, I actually think the Liberator is not a carrier, it's a transport.
The Pegasus is bigger than the Bengal, and that is 100% a carrier. You can tell just looking at it. It even looks like an aircraft carrier. Yeah,
but it's listed as a light. You know, it's not the heavy.
Pegasus. Are you?
Yeah, I know you're saying the Pegasus. The Pegasus is the RSI one that's disappeared from RSI's lineup. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
It's huge. It's way bigger than the Bengal. It's twice the size of the Bengal, Algared. I think you got your ships mixed up.
No, the Bengal is the heavy carrier. I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's move on. We can always look at that later.
Yep.
See if I can find the next question. Next question is, I'm not even trying to say your name. Almost looks like a Welsh name. HDWDLND. If you know how to say that, you're welcome to tell me. Why do you think CIG hasn't shown us working AI behavior separated from sluggish server performance?
Sorry,
I think that's more your wheelhouse than mine, X.
What was the question again?
Why do you think CIG hasn't shown us working AI behavior separated from sluggish server performance?
Because it's probably in Squadron 42 and they don't want to show Squadron 42. I think I remember answering that last week.
All right. Yeah. Well, I've not really seen the questions that were done last week because I'm old and I don't pay attention if I'm not really there. I just watch and, Okay, Rough Riders. Okay, they had a question. His question was, do you boys think that there will be some sort of functional system put in place to carry ballistic ammunition on board ships?
Yes.
To rearm ballistic weapons? Yes.
Yep, they even talked about it years ago, carrying ammo crates around and stuff like that, so yeah.
Zetna even talked about it a little bit when they were doing the Perseus, didn't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
Sunny Boy has a question. If a player is wearing Ninetales armor, should you get a crime stat for shooting them? I think no. But I'm sure that there are others who would say yes.
I don't think you should.
That's because you like wearing Ninetales armor.
Well, no, the thing is, so that's guilt by association. So that's like, so to put it in a really literal term, if it's like, that black person stole something, that person's black, so therefore they're a criminal. Like, it's literally racism or whatever.
No, nothing like that.
It is.
You're full of it if you think that. I'm sorry. If you're wearing gang logo and gang colours in an area where the gang is operating, you're saying you're part of a gang. I know in the bikie scene, if you're wearing a bikie gang's colours, they will rip them off you. So you're either saying A, you want Ninetales to shoot you because you're not a Ninetales, or B, you want the law to say you're a Ninetales. I think they should be. You know, you shouldn't get a crime stat if you kill the person wearing Ninetales armour. Now, at the moment, you should, because all players get the green little icon above their head if you're doing Siege of Orison. So there should be no, oh, I thought you were an AI Ninetales because you're wearing the armour. There shouldn't be any of that because they've got a little triangle. But when that appears, when we can't tell AI from players, how do you know? If you're wearing the Ninetales logo all over yourself, isn't it the same as wearing, you know, the white Crusader armour? And you flip that on its head. Should a criminal, you know, be banned from their mob because they shoot a criminal who's wearing Crusader security armour? No. Yeah, so yeah. But an interesting question. Shem Pastor has a question. Why is Retaliator more popular now? Because it's a cool ship. Your thoughts?
Sub for Ruick, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird one.
Yep. And that takes us to the end of the questions that I am aware we had. And that deals with Can's comment, which there were questions from last week. So we now go to Dama Begonja. And Dama Begonja has a question. They said, did you catch the part about character repair instead of character reset?
Sorry, I missed that again. Say again.
So in terms of the video, he said, did you catch the part about character repair instead of character reset? No, reset.
No.
I didn't, but character reset has been said as a workaround to solve problems where you've lost equipment. And I know where in the video it would have been, because I remember him talking about, you know, if you've got too much equipment and you lose stuff and all that, but I didn't pick it up. But I do know that the character reset thing for when you lose stuff has always been a workaround, and it's not what they want it to be, so eventually that will disappear. Next question is from Shadow Girl. Hello, Shadow Girl. Lovely to see you here again. What ships do you think will make it to the semi-finals of a Showdown? My pick predictions are Scorpius, 400, MSR, Mule. You guys disagree?
Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't.
I think some of them I can certainly see, some of them I hope not. Some of them I don't care. So, I'd hope the 400i doesn't, but I can see there'll be lots of people who vote for it because they'll see it as a solo single player ship and they'll like that. MSR, to me it's a ship, but I think I like it more than the ship it's up against. The Mule, I think the Pisces would be a better ship, but a better option, but that's just me. Benjamin Hanna has a question. Have you tried the new Star Jump Fleet Viewer yet?
Yes.
No, I haven't. But Star Jump and Starlet were going to join us this week and go over it with us. But it was 4 a.m. for Starlet, and she was feeling pretty wrecked after the week, and Star Jump had family issues arise, so we're flying solo without them.
Grim is in chat though.
Oh, hi Grim, lovely to see you. I've got the Twitch stream up, so rather than the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
So Zem Strata has a question. His question is, does it really make sense to make ship functions that should easily be controlled by the pilot, such as guns, missiles, etc., and purposely purposefully split them off to force multiplayers into ships.
Say that again.
So does it really make sense to take ship functions that should easily be controlled by the pilot, such as guns, missiles, etc., and purposefully split them off to force multiplayer into ships?
So this is a game, and it's also based on World War II in space. So do you really think World War II would be 1,000 years in the future? It's also trying to get people to play together. You know, if you wanted a solo player game, no. But it's pretty clear they don't want a solo player game. You know, and you can play solo player, but you're going to be linked to advanced starters like, you know, prospectors and terrapins and shit like that.
Yep. And if you know, and if you're in a fighter, you don't have to, your controls of your weapons and your missiles and your torpedoes and whatever else you're carrying are not split off to another player. But if you're on a multiplayer ship, which is big and has lots of controls, yeah, they are, and rightly so, I think, because it's a big ship. You know, if you're on a fighter and you get a system wrecked and you've got to fix it, you have to get out of your ship to do it. If you're on a multiplayer ship, someone else can run to that location and do the repair. If you're trying to fly a ship in combat and you need repairs, well, if you're in a fighter, you either keep going and then try and fly away. In a multiplayer ship, your engineer player goes and tries to fix it, or you get fire on the ship, you try and put it out. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. The bigger the ship, the more systems and things there are to deal with. So I think that pretty much mirrors what you were saying, doesn't it, X?
Yep.
Okay, so Shempasta has a question for us. I think we've already had one from Shem today, or was it from last week? But anyway, Shempasta's got a question. They say, why is Rotalia all of a sudden popular now? I swear that was a question you had in the last week, Shem. Because it's a cool ship, because we like it, because people like it, because they know the gold pass is coming. I can't answer that question because I don't really know. For me, I know I like it more than I like the Eclipse.
It's good for missions at the moment too. Like if you're noticing that I can just lock onto the guy and sit out at 5 kilometers and just shoot him and go. And I've upgraded the missiles on it, and the torpedoes, they're not even that expensive. I think it cost me 4,700. Now to put that in perspective, one M4A, which is a size, I think it's a M6A, which is a size 4, I think it was. They wanted $40,000, so it actually cost me less to fully equip this entire Eclipse than it was to buy one gun. And if you look at the Redeemer, the size 5s are like 140,000 each, and you need 4 of them. Then you need 2 size 4s, and then you need 2 size 3s. 4 size 3s. So to convert that to cannons, and it's just insane.
And
Price-wise, these are going to increase. It's really obvious to me that they have to increase.
Yep.
Oh, not to mention they also come with 1 torpedo, so there's no type of rack system. It's just like you kind of unequip. The only weird thing is when you're equipping them, you have to unequip every single torpedo you have on, and as soon as you put one type on, that's the only type you can put on there. So equipping torpedoes and missiles on racks is a little weird. You don't seem to be able to mix and match it. So I can't seem to go, I'll have 2 Typhoons and I'll have two of the August ones, whatever they're called, and you can't do that yet. So eventually when you can like have different ones and select them, it'll be really interesting, but that system's obviously just not in the game yet.
My experience with the torpedoes is, why would you go over stock torpedoes? Because they're crap. Like when I was using the Retaliator in Xeno 3, I'd been using it with the stock loadout, and wasn't making much money. I did the upgrade, changed for torpedoes, and that was when I made more money than I'd made in like 10 missions on it with the Aurora. It was just insane, the amount I made. When I had the upgraded torpedoes.
So as far as I'm aware, and what I've been told by a few different people, is the default torpedoes and the next one up from those they what do you call it? They can be dropped by flares or decoys,
Mm.
where the ones above, like these ones that I'm using now, the infrared ones, they can't be flared or chaffed. So they're just
quicker.
yeah, but they're instant death. No matter who you use them on, there's nothing to stop them at the moment. So that's a bit crazy if you think about it.
What I had pointed out to me when I was using them is they're quicker, and I think you can drop them. I can't remember if you dropped them earlier or later. I think it was you could drop them earlier. They were faster, and they didn't get distracted as much. So it was like, why am I using these crappy torpedoes that always miss when I can use these torpedoes that always hit? You did make an error execute. You did say you're flying the Eclipse and you're flying a Retaliator. But why fly the Retaliator over the Eclipse? The Retaliator's got a couple more missiles. So you've got a bigger loadout.
Bit tankier too.
It's longer. Yeah, and it's a bit tankier. So if you're doing II missions, you know, why not take the one that's got the bigger loadout rather than the small one that can enable you to sneak up or be going up undetected, but you've got to go back and reload.
My Retaliator is apparently drunk.
No, it's just the driver, just the pilot. The pilot's too tired, that's what it is.
I wish. Hey, Pin.
So
Pin's in. So I was watching one of Pin's videos the other day.
Yep.
And he's come back. Question: Execute recently told me I can't own a Perseus because I'm British. But what is the Perseus had QED from the Mantis to increase the bang for buck? Could you own one then? So what I said was, I said because we know from badges that British people can't own the Perseus.
Yep.
But no.
No other reason apart from badges has said, you know.
Yeah, I just
he can't have it, so British people can't.
Yeah, I don't think the Perseus is a bad ship, Pin. And you know, badges will tell you this, and Algared, I don't think a single Inforunner wouldn't. It's just not good value, as in, like, it is clearly overpriced for what it is. It's one of those ships that fall into the bad bang for buck category, unfortunately.
Now,
So I heard you talking shit about the Perseus.
I was going to say, we mentioned the Perseus. It's like Beetlejuice. Mention the name and boop, up he appears, you know.
Oh, so do you know who Pin is, badges, or not?
No,
he's a fellow YouTuber.
I'm just catching up at the minute because obviously the live stream is a couple of minutes behind where you guys are. So
right.
I heard that Pin had asked the question. Hello, Pin. I've seen a question, but yeah.
So
gotcha.
Yeah, Pin's a fellow Brit. I've been watching a couple of his videos. I don't agree with everything he says, but you know, you got to look at the different opinions and stuff like that. But yeah, I was watching a few of his videos, and he did one on the Perseus, and I was like, no, you can't. He was going, he really wants to own one. I'm going, unfortunately, can't own one. British people can't own the Perseus.
I've got to correct you. I do have to correct you there, though, Execute. It's only British people living in England can't own one, because I'm actually a Brit. So there you go. I might sound like an Aussie. I've lived here all my life, but I'm actually a Brit. There you go.
Can always send you back.
I don't know what I'd do. The Brits would probably send me back because I was an Aussie, so you know. Yeah.
We'll see.
Anyway, let's see if we can move on. Find another question for us to do. So Stratobrick has a question. They say, what do you think of Starjump's new fleet viewer, and will you be using it for Fix My Fleet?
I actually have given a lot of thought to this. I actually do like it from a visual perspective, but there's also that really cool thing about being able to rotate around the 3D models. So I think, quite honestly, me and Algared haven't really had a big discussion, because obviously it only came out like 2 days ago, and me and Algared haven't even talked since it came out. But we'll probably use both, you know, for different things. Like if we tried to load Algared's fleet up in the video, it wouldn't run. So we'd have to, you know, so bigger fleets will probably use the image one. If we're just talking about one particular ship, like, you know, sometimes we have the spin arounds. What is wrong with this ship, man? The weather is just, it just won't let me go to the left.
You're at Hurston, aren't you?
Government, no, I'm at Microtech and I'm trying to land, and it's just
the wind
blowing me a gale.
Well. Yep. Yeah, the wind in Microtech and even on Hurston can be an absolute nightmare at times.
There we go.
I've been in big ships, the biggest ships I can fly, the 890, and it will be being blown all over the place. Character Gain, another one that gets blown all over the shop as well. Yeah, it sucks. And then a small ship will go in the same area, no problem. It's bizarre.
Yeah. See, Grimm's just said there, I believe that's Grimm anyway, said, yeah, definitely be used both. Starship 42 is awesome as well. They have different things, in my opinion. Yeah, both have their strengths and weaknesses. That, yeah, that's 100% it.
And it was certainly one of the things we were saying to, I know, Grimm and Starlet when they were first starting off, is, you know, we were saying this would be great for Fix My Fleet. So even way back then we were talking using it, but so that kind of answers the question. Yes, we were thinking we'd use it. We like the graphics. We like the guys. So, you know, and if it's a tool that works, then we'll use it. And if it's a tool that ends up being more cumbersome for us, then we won't. And I think it'll be dependent on the fleet.
Definitely more lightweight than the other one, because it's obviously just not doing 3D. It's rendering and transferring images. So yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely a need for it, because I bet you there's people that have struggled to run the other one, you know, because it's quite intensive. Like my older machine actually struggled with it, you know, when I had 16 gigabyte of RAM. So there must be people out there that have older systems that haven't upgraded for SC yet as well.
No, so this is a question for that may get a bit of interaction from people. Do you think 600i will go up in cost? After this sale with the rework in mind?
No, I don't think it should. Why should it go up for a mistake? No, but because of a mistake. Yep. Why should it go up for a mistake?
Why should it go up from being a crappy design? Why should its value go up because they had a crappy design and they've reworked it?
By the same token, I've heard the Retaliator should go up in price.
Yep.
Because it's getting a rework as well, and I'm like,
I suppose part of it is generally when ships have been reworked, they have gone up in price.
All ships will eventually go up over price over time too. That is a thing, but I think they go up when they should, not when. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's money's always a tricky thing, but like everyone here in this chat knows that this game has to be fun, and it's kind of a means to an end. So yeah, it's a necessary evil.
Yep, the lesser of two weevils, to take a line from Master and Commander. What do you think, Badges?
Yes. No, I'm still with you. Yes. That's what I think about that.
Okay, yes. There you go. Looking for the next question, because it rolls up occasionally, so Where are we?
Sam Pastor says, how will persistent entity streaming work with time sensitive or perishable things? Well, that's actually a really good point there, Sam Pastor, because if it perishes, doesn't it just get deleted by the system? So if you leave an apple out, doesn't the apple eventually break down and it just disappears? You know, so you're kind of answering your own question there if you think about it. And it's also how important things are. So a ship, you know, a ship's going to persist probably almost indefinitely because it's really important, you know, and someone will eventually reclaim it or whatever, and then it'll
blow it up.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I would say guns and armor, they're all way up there, but you know, a tree branch or a coffee cup, no one really gives a shit about, especially if that's an empty one, you know. So if you just have it there, and if it hasn't been seen by anyone in, so think about how you do it, right? So if you could literally program it, go, this cup hasn't been loaded in 6 months, it's the bottom of a cave, and so you just go, it hasn't been loaded in X amount of time, delete. You know, because no one's going to care if they turn up, and if it was dropped by a particular person, you could also just Do you know what I mean? Like, it's, where do you draw the line there? Like, because if you're going to remember every gown that I've ever dropped on the ground, what benefit does that possibly have? There's no gameplay benefit. I can like, you know, maybe you can remember one coffee cup for every player in the game, but like, there's just, I don't see the benefit of remembering what I dropped in. I wouldn't remember that I dropped that cup in the woods 6 months ago. You know what I mean? So if I'm not going to remember, why should the game remember? That's,
I think it comes back to what Benoit was talking about in terms of the AI, you know, doing cleanup, and that's the type of cleanup it'll do. It'll get rid of the things that are perishable, and they may even have, you know, perishable time frames for each item. I know there are games where if you cook something, there's a time frame on it, and you use it within X time, or it's gone and becomes rotten, and then you got to recycle it. So that's just part of the perishing process. So
if we actually go to a step further, we talk about the perishing process. If you apply that to a coffee cup, now, if we talk about made it so every coffee cup in the game is cardboard, you could actually realistically make it so they actually break down too. You know, so if you take that technology that they've got for ships and you apply it to almost every item in the game, you could physically make items break down. The only thing is, like, the ones that are more important, guns, armor, and ships, they're all metal. So they'll wear, well, they'll take a lot longer to, like, they'll never break down. What I'm trying to think of some other things, like, because when I run it through in my head, what items do we have in the game at the moment? Like you got medical devices, you know, little syringes and stuff like that. If there's some kind of biodegradable thing, like, because you know how they drop on the ground, like much like ammo clips when you drop them on the ground. Maybe they're breakable down ammo clips. I don't know, but
really love to see ammo clips that we could actually reload.
Oh yeah. We're gonna
put the bullets in.
We're gonna get that, Algared. But what I'm trying to say is it worthwhile keeping that ammo clip that you dropped 6 months ago? I walk along and go, oh, I just happen to need an ammo clip. Or what gameplay function does that possibly add? And it almost kind of breaks the immersion a little bit, because it's like, well, you know, oh, okay, there's an ammo clip here. Someone was here. How long ago were they here? I can't tell.
Yeah, there's nothing. You go back to that ammo clip 6 months down the track, it's still in pristine condition. There's no indicator to tell you how long ago it was dropped. There's no dust on it, or
They've talked about, haven't they? They've talked about it applying things like layers of like grime and age and filth and stuff on things, which is good. But you know, again, like you say, you know, I wouldn't, if I was using my personal weapon, I wouldn't pick up a magazine off the ground that had been there for an unspecified length of time and expect it to function. You know, so the question goes, okay, so do they do it where it just becomes searing? You can't use it because it's defunct, it just lays there. And it's like, okay, well, if they do that, like, how long will it take for us all to become so used to that happening that we don't really see it anymore? And if we don't see it, what's the point in them doing it?
Yep.
You know, that's kind of, for me, that's where this kind of lands, is, well, you know, I have to echo what X said at the beginning, is like, yes, some of it would be really, really cool. Yep. But the point of doing all of it is questionable at best, I guess.
Yeah. Well, there's got to be a point where you go, what's the point in keeping the cup? Apart from being cool, but everything breaks down.
Precisely.
Ultimately, I'd like to even see things like the javelin on Daymar, even the frame of that break down. So after 10, 15 years of gameplay or whatever it is, the remnants of that javelin are even less than they are because it's being worn down.
Also, I'll chuck this back to you though. After 10, 15 years, do you honestly think it would still be there? A player would have come and reclaimed it by that point.
Yeah, well, but
I think that's the cool part about it. If you can actually, if you decide to just come up and take off the entire cockpit of the said javelin, good on you.
That
player choice.
Javelin on Daymar, if you could go and bring your ship and munch it all up and take it away, then it's gone. And But at the moment, it's a set piece, so will it be gone?
I don't think you're going to be able to do that to the one on Daymar specifically, and I know I'm being specific to
Yeah,
Daymar.
I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think we will, but
just
really,
how do I remain stationary? We've already done the warp. You give me a crime stat.
You've got a crime stat.
Yeah, but I'd already pressed the B key. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hate this game sometimes. If it gives me a crime stat.
And you couldn't even cut your engine to that point, could you?
Maybe I could have done, but I'm not gonna. Because then I can blame the game. Doesn't look like it's given me one, so it must have detected that I've already warped.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Okay, so I think we've done that question to death.
Yeah, it was an interesting question though.
It was an interesting question.
If we tend to do it to death like that, it means it's piqued our interest, and it does make you think, doesn't it? It really
does.
And I think everyone in chat would be the same thing. Like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, and that's kind of where I was going with the with a Javelin and Daymar. Where do you draw the line?
That's what they should have been. That's what they should have been asking the guy in ISC today. Like, where are you guys going to draw the line when it comes to that shit?
Yeah, Disco. Where were the tough questions? That's what I want.
I have a feeling, given what they've said about, given what they were saying, where he basically said, well, we don't know what's really going to happen because we have no idea. And the bit that I read between the line in my head, I had, because we don't know how the players are going to screw this up.
Yes, we can know how we're going to do it. The second it goes to the players, do stuff that we don't know. I was thinking, we break it.
Precisely.
So, yeah.
But I think they will know. There'll be a lot of data gathered over the next little bit, and that will determine for us exactly how that works.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the one they had in the thing. They had an entire pit that was just
filled with.
Oh god, I forgot the guy's thing's name. The Stormwald. The mascot. Just Finley. That's it. They're just filled full of Finleys. Like, the sheer amount of time to actually, well, they obviously cheated. They just spawned them all. But like, the sheer amount of time that would actually take for a player to do is kind of ridiculous.
But I think I know guys in SCA used to fill things with cubes or and I think Paul filled the pool of the 890 once with beers or bottles of drink or something like that. Or stuff. People do weird stuff all the time.
Yes.
Someone's telling me that I stuffed up something. Hold on. Oh, I did too. My bad. Alright, I'll fix it now.
Oh, so it's execute and execute. So you still can't cancel me.
No. It's just an honest mistake. I'm tired. Just so everyone's aware, I've had like 3 hours sleep. Just give me a break. Alright.
Captain Rain has a question. When do we get Storm Walls flying in Crusader's atmosphere? The game needs more life. Yes, it needs lots of new life.
Did you actually see the scale of those Storm Walls in the
they're huge.
In the viewer, in the Starfleet viewer? They are massive.
Yep.
They're like as big as a Banner Measurement, everything.
Yeah, they're the type of thing you land on to get stuff off.
Yeah.
And you walk on their surface when they're breaking the surface and get stuff, and if they go too deep and you're not off, you kind of cactus. So yes.
Yeah. So server meshing is the answer to the question, by the way.
Yep.
Once server meshing comes in, you can have more entities. More entities means better animations on the NPCs, more characters, just more entities. Like at the moment, you are limited to an area of what you can have until they can break that up with server meshing and have more servers. That's why we're limited to 100 players, because even players are entities.
Yep, and even linked to that is the AI nav mesh and all of those types of things that all tie in together, and when they come in and they're functioning properly, then the sky's the limit. But until then, we don't have them. All right, I'll get this one. I'll get you to answer this one first, Badgers, just so that we get you talking.
Yes, mate.
If I melt my larger ships with plans to buy back later, like a Kraken or Idris, can I buy them back with credits during credit buyback every 3 months? Oh, that's an easy one.
If I melt large ships with plans to buy back later, can I buy them back with credits during credit buyback every 3 months? Yes, you can. So yes, you can.
Yep. Like I said, that's an easy one. Didn't pre-read the question. I'm sorry.
no, it's all good.
So one.
Yeah, no, you can. Exits. I hope people in chat don't mind. Something I'd like to circle back to, if we could, just quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
The question we had about time-sensitive items and, will they persist and all that sort of stuff. Am I right in saying, X, that from a game designer's perspective, the likely way that will work is they will look at all the time-sensitive things as one, because effectively, although it's going to affect things differently, like affecting rust layers or, make things perishable or poisonous or whatever, in effect, from as far as the game is concerned, it's applying time to a database of items, and then it's informing a result. Is that about right, or have I missed the mark there?
So I think there's layers to it. So I think that's one layer. The other one could be, say someone left a copy cup just outside, like Microtech or whatever. There are going to be far more entities inside a landing zone than there are in a random location. So basically, you'll get ones that, like, okay, John's the only guy that's ever come out here in the last 6 months. That doesn't need to be here, delete, and then it's like, oh, there's just too many people inside Lawville today, so we need to clean up. I think it's going to be multiple layers to it. It's going to be the needs of the game, literally across the board. And they're going to have to work that out. It's not clear cut and dry, and that's why I that's why I think they haven't been able to answer it, because they're probably not sure themselves 100% yet. They're probably going to have multiple systems that doing it. So the one we talked about, time-based, is a really easy one. But then again, as I said, and I only just thought of that needs of the game one as you were saying it.
Because you could send in a time-based one for the cup breaking down. You could say, okay, it's going to break down and disappear after a week.
Yeah.
But if players decide they're going to gather every cup they can and put it in a location, you're eventually going to have so many items in that location, you'll crash the sim.
Yeah.
Based on what I've seen in other games. So, and it wouldn't matter how much time is there. Players will do what they can to break the sim, because that's what players do.
Yeah, we will.
But what you said, Algared, about getting players to do the community service stuff.
Yep.
Totally possible, but by the same token, what if there's no player that wants to do that? Then in a timely manner, you have to get a janitor, or you have to get an AI that's able to do it. So there are multiple ways to do it, but then again, what is the game like? Because obviously, if the simulation's cleaning it up, that's fine. So yeah, they're just going to have it. It'll have to come from the simulation, and if you just happen to walk past, you might see an AI picking up gowns.
Yep. I still think it'd be, if you've got someone doing community service, they don't have a choice. They've got to do X. If your community service is like those old Gather missions, Gather, go kill 15 orcs and 20 spiders, and then come back. So go pick up 32 gowns and 4 cups. And so you'd go and pick up your 32 gowns and 5 cups, and then go back, and your community service is done.
I'm starting to actually think my ship is damaged, because it is flying really weird.
It is.
Yeah, I must have damaged
but
it.
I could also see people at that point just keeping in inventory 32 gowns or...
Here's my gowns from the last 6 weeks.
There you go. Crime done. Off I go again.
I mean, and that's the other question, isn't it? It's like, how weird as players going to get about it as well? Well, is it going to be like, well, I left 29 surgical gowns and only 28 is here. Oh my god, it's broken.
Well,
that stolen one of my gowns.
That also brings up the thing of player inventories. Like, how big are they going to let our player inventories get? Because think about it right now, we have those people that have the subscriber flare, and they can't even export. Everything they own. Then you take, not to pick on you, Algared, but a player like Algared that has so much stuff, and you spread him across the entire verse of the game. That's a lot of shit to store.
Yep.
even if
look.
it's just binary numbers, like
When
that's a lot of shit to remember.
when Benmar was talking about, you know, players with big inventories, I was going, people like Algared. I thought he was speaking to people like me.
Are you serious?
With
Oh my god, this game.
you are dying.
Yeah, but I fired first and hit him in the head, and then he just fires one gun and I'm instantly dead. Whatever.
Clearly, there's a laggy issue there. I'll put it down to lag. Despawny type horrible stuff.
You know what I should have done is I should have just logged out. That's what I'm gonna do. See if it saves me. I doubt it will.
Okay. Resistant stuff. We've done that one. We've done that one. Okay. Crystal Walking H says, how in depth would you guys want engineering to be? Should it increase along with the size of the ship, and if so, how?
Yeah, I think it should.
That's a good question.
That's a really good question, but yeah, I think it should. Because, like, well, let's break it down. You look at a fighter, you pretty much got to go outside the ship and repair your stuff yourself, so that'll be really basic. But then you go to the other extreme, you got something like an Idris where it's got a dedicated engine room and it comes out of the water and all that stuff. And I think it does, just by the very nature of what we've already got already.
Yeah, and that really ties into why you need multi-crew ships. To go back to an earlier question we had, but yeah, I think it should scale up and should be more difficult. How complex? I hope you don't need an engineering degree to engineer up. But yeah, what do you think, Badgers?
Yeah, so I mean, on your ship, it's going to be. I'd imagine, you know, it's not going to be as complicated as needing. You know, we've seen the resource menu with the relays and being able to switch the lights on and off and all that sort of stuff. I think I'd be pretty surprised if it's more complicated than that on single-seater ships. Just because there's just nothing there, right? It all needs to be on. But we know the Hammerhead's going to be a little bit more complicated than that with relays and all that sort of fun.
Just want to say something.
Go on, mate.
Burks was talking about that everyone spawns on level 7 when he was at Grimhex earlier. He's totally right. Everyone does spawn on level 7. Anyway, sorry.
And it tells me that you did get a crime stat for that running away, I think. Because you're on Grimhex.
Don't know. Apparently only...
So, you know, I would like to see there be a little bit of complexity to the engineering thing. The interesting question, I think, becomes, as with so much in Star Citizen, we want the detail, we want the depth, and that is all good. But I think we've always all kind of got to have an eye on just how complicated does this get.
Yeah.
To do everything. Hopefully they can design some sort of system where it's one of those easy to learn, difficult to master cliches. Where you can come in, you can see how it works. What's going to make someone a really effective engineer is not, like as Algared says, they hit their PhD in...
You knock me again, I'm going to kill you. This guy just keeps running in. No, to that guy. He's running into me. Really annoying.
You know, not the PhD in engineering so much. It's going to be the familiarity that they have with the system, the speed that they're able to navigate it, and hopefully make that slightly different per ship.
Yep.
You know,
yeah, 100% agree with that type of approach. That it's simple to what is it?
Simple to learn, hard to master.
Simple to learn, difficult to master. That is spot on what we want. You know, you don't want to have a degree in engineering to be able to do the engineering. You want to be able, but you do want it to be.
You want progression though as well.
Yeah, you want that ability to be able to progress and become better at it, and 100% agree on that. And I do hope we do see that.
Agreed. That's one of those questions that you could really kind of you can go to town on. It's almost an episode all by itself.
It is almost an episode. How deep is engineering? Well, and you could do that for any profession. How deep is this going to be? How deep is mining?
Well, it's funny you mention that, Arg. We have a whole series called Professional Point of View. It's like we thought of it before. Yeah.
I've got to say... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, if you do want to find out more about those different views of how deep we think things should go check out our series on Professional Point of View, where we get professionals in their field talking about what they'd like to see and how to make good gameplay. Badges.
I think if I could have a personal wish list for mining, or the one thing I would most like to see would have to be the way that we repair stuff. So I don't know if anyone remembers the mission they showed off at one of the Games Cons or whatever it was, where you went to a satellite and you were looking for a prototype circuit board.
Yep.
Yeah, I would love to see something like that in engineering, where to repair something you run up and you get some sort of visual clue, maybe sparks, maybe a light's off, and you pull that specific circuit board. And then you've got to inspect it for damage, but that's sort of a thing where, it's more tactile than just, hold F for repair sort of thing.
Yeah, that'd be boring as batshit.
Yeah. I mean, and nothing they're doing makes me think it's going to be hold F for repair. No.
But I'd even like the idea if you pulled out the chip and it was damaged, you could actually take it to the workshop and actually, is it damaged beyond repair? Can I salvage anything from it?
Yeah.
Or is it, or can I repair it and then put it back in, And that's adding complexity, and that's just... Stop looking and go. That's things I'd like to see, in terms of a gameplay. And would that screw me in the long run? Yeah, absolutely, because I'm probably not the best engineering type manipulating the bits and pieces and stuff on the screen, but I'd love to see that type of complexity in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as it's not, you must have an engineering degree to understand what you're doing. But if you've got those visual clues and you can, they will help you work out, is it broken? Do I need to get a new one? Can I repair it? And if you can repair it, is it going to break again more quickly because it's kind of jury-rigged? They're all the types of things you want to be able to do, and a really good someone who really knows that engineering field will be like going mining with John. It'll be absolutely, yep, nailed it, so yeah.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And the same with medicine, isn't it? Same with being a doctor or, people who really know first aid will excel at that. So,
yes.
Yep. Next question. Sorry, unless you want to go on.
Just in terms of the last bit, I would say I'd like also to see some sort of jury rigging.
Yeah.
So on a real warship, let's say, for example, you lose power. Power to certain areas, you need to connect to systems that are not normally connected in terms of power and then whatever you're trying to power.
Yeah.
It would make sense on a surface level where you just run cables to it and you run some power cables and that's it. It's like, yeah, great, but the ship needs to remain watertight in the same way that a spaceship needs to remain airtight. So you can't just leave a door open and run a cable through it. So what there actually are, if anyone's been on a warship, this might explain it if you didn't have it explained to you when you were there, are connectors that go through a wall. And it's literally just a piece of cable that goes through the wall, but it makes that connection airtight.
So you can lock those airtight doors so if it areas...
Exactly that. So you can basically connect it. That's it. You can connect it to that side. You can then run another cable from the other side to that. So you maintain your watertight or airtight integrity, and everything is connected. And you can run those kind of substandard jewelry repairs that allow you to get out of a bad situation, but don't, so, that aren't kind of going to be a long-term sort of thing by any stretch of the imagination. They're weak. If you've got boarders on the ship, they could just disconnect it. They could damage the cables. So, yeah, something that's like that kind of, we've got to get ourselves out of here and, we kind of have to build a CO2 filter from all this junk or, whatever it is.
This is the stuff they've got on the Apollo 13,
That one.
Yeah, that one. But I also see a value in that as well, just in terms of you're jury rigging it. You know it's not going to work long term. But it's buying you time so you can actually effect the repairs that you need to function properly. It buys you time to get away from the situation rather than being dead in the water. It means it does mean if you've been shot, if your engines have been, your systems have been shut down by someone trying to board you, your crew's got things to try, your crew's going to be doing things. They're not just getting ready to repel borders. You've got some repelling borders, but you've got others trying to get those systems up so you can actually get going. So that jury rigging or idea adds so much. You can just see the depths of gameplay that can come out of that.
So Badgers, do you want to tell people what we've been doing the last 2 or 3 nights this week?
So, X and I have been working on a tutorial series that comes in nice little bite-sized chunks, getting everyone from... basically, I have no idea how to get into this game. What is Star Citizen? Why does StarCitizen.com not work? All the way through to here's your first mission, let's put everything together that we've learned, that sort of stuff. So that's been quite good fun.
Yeah, real detailed though too, it's actually really hard to kind of sit back and look at the whole thing. Like there were things we cut too, like we were looking at doing like how to spawn vehicles and that, like actually going down to the those particular mining areas, and I'm like, well, this is more of an advanced thing, and it's the type of thing you do with friends, so we cut it.
So it's a beginner tutorial series, and yes, they've been doing I think it's part of the reason why Execute's so tired and hasn't slept, because it'd be nice to get on, and it'd be like 10 o'clock and I'm finishing work and those guys are still going, and they'd be like, midnight.
I've just had really bad sleep the last week. That's all it is.
It's
not because of
I am singing your praises and you just shoot it down.
I would say by that stage, X and I are just screaming at each other, I think, in no particular language. Just
No, I'm pretty certain you were both speaking English the few times I was there and listening.
Yeah. There it is. Finally, it's only taken a week for them to offer this to me. About time. Anyway.
So, all right, let's see if I can find where we are again, because, questions come in and scroll it up. So, nope. Where'd that pest question go?
So Dell asks, sorry, Algared, I found it. Do you think that with PES, we will see mission boxes existing beyond logging out and back in? I would hazard a guess and say no initially, mate, mainly because I think that's probably a function of the mission system straight away, that it is checking if anyone is still active on that mission, and if they're not active on the mission, they despawn. There's no reason it can't be tied to that, but I don't think that's a benefit we're going to see initially.
But having said that, I had a black box mission recently. I was holding the black box and the game did a 30k. When I came back, I was still holding the black box. When I dropped the black box, I couldn't pick it up again. Yes, they can, but what's the point? To go back to your point, there's no point having them persist over the thing, because the mission doesn't persist. If the mission persists, yeah, fine.
Yes,
it doesn't.
I think eventually they will, though.
It'd be nice if they did.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think, this is one thing that, and I'm sure you guys have said it already, and if you haven't, I know for a fact we've said it in multiple live streams before, but entity, persistent entity streaming and the idea of server meshing, they're the start of the fix, they're not the whole solution.
Yeah.
So people say when server meshing, what we mean is after server meshing.
Yeah.
Because server meshing is going to be stage one. In and of itself, that is a massive technical challenge. So the next stage is then us getting, okay, so that's server meshing. Now, how do we get this thing to work with server meshing? How do we get that thing to work with server meshing? So we're getting lots of progress and lots of bits being put in, and there's, they've added a lot this year. And from a year where people started off going, I don't think this is going to be much. We've gone to a year that actually has been major. That announcement from Chris Roberts, I think the letter from the chairman was something else to get that and not only just get a letter from him after such a period of silence, but also get it with such concrete information in it.
There was a lot of detail in that. But even Benoit's comment today, you know, like this is PES that they're bringing in and working on, you know, and he even used the line we've talked about, you know, and I know you've mentioned at times, you know, with design, it's, you know, you got all the work and then 10% of work takes 90% of the time, and that's what you find. But even Benoit was saying with this, it's the first step towards server meshing. We have to have this in before we can get server meshing. So it really does add a whole pile of things that just lets you see, there's a lot of stuff they didn't expect, but it ties into the whole, and we get there eventually. Vital Win has a question. Their question is, if you could only have one ship, oh no, not one of those, please, would you pick a Kraken or a Polaris? I don't like those types of questions, because my usual answer is one or both.
Yeah, I would. No, I think what he's more likely asking is would we have just one big ship, because that's one of the things we recommend all the time. And it would be it would be more difficult. No, I don't think that's the question. I can probably reiterate, but I think what he's asking is would we have a bigger ship and earn down, and if I only had enough money to get the one ship, I would, because it'll just make it easier for me in the long run.
Yep. Well, he goes on. His question is, would you know, with the big ship, would you pick the Kraken or Polaris? So he actually just specifically asked that in the question. But yes, I hate those if you only had one ship, what would you pick type questions. Because my usual response is why not both? But if you could only have one, I'd go a bigger ship to earn down. Polaris or Kraken, I think it
kind of comes down to what you're doing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
it comes down to what gameplay you want.
You got 10 people in the Kraken. Technically, you got up to 20 in the Polaris, but I think the Polaris will probably. Oh, that's a really tough one actually, because the Kraken could be used every day of the week too. I think it comes down to more what you're doing. I think Polaris probably leans a little bit more towards combat, wouldn't you say? Just a tad?
I'd even probably go, it's probably a slightly smaller ship, or significantly smaller ship, because Kraken is kind of, you know, Idrisy side smaller.
Yeah, it just depends where it ends up landing after they actually build it. So
yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. They're both not out yet, so it's very hard to determine what their size is going to end up being. What are your thoughts, Badgers?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think I'm driven towards the Polaris mainly because there's a couple of things about the Kraken I'm not sold on as it stands. I think they need to change stuff for it to really fit into its role.
Execute. Did you just hear what I heard?
Please elaborate about the Kraken. Say that again. What's wrong with the Kraken? Tell me. No, I seriously want to know.
Yeah, so the bit of the Kraken that I don't like at the minute is it's pegged as a light carrier, but it's not really fulfilling that role. Because what it lacks is the embedded ability to have the pilots on board. So you've got all of those. If you use the beds that are on board for the pilots, you are then faced with a choice of, do I put my aircraft in the air, my spacecraft in the air?
Don't they just sleep in the beds on some of their ships? So if they've got cutlasses on the pads, don't you just sleep on the beds on the pads?
I thought
I
thought the Kraken had rooms that were added for the crews of the ships.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does too, because I remember it saying something about habs underneath the the landing pads. Yeah.
Yeah. So the habs in the Kraken are there for the crews of the ships. That's what my understanding was.
Because I've not seen anything like that in any of the drawings that they've done.
We'll look at that after stream, but I'm pretty sure Algared and I are on the money there. But anyway. But if that was the case, would that fix your problem with the ship?
Yeah, I mean, if it's got the ability to actually support its air wing in addition to its crew, then yes, it's absolutely a carrier. If not, it sits into more kind of the the mobile space station for me.
Yep.
You know, because it's relying on everything else to accommodate that crew. But yeah.
Yep.
I
Well, I thought it was a mobile space station anyway, but you know. But Execute, did you hear what he said?
No.
The most important thing. You heard it here first, folks. Badgers prefers the Polaris.
Oh yeah, I did hear that part.
You know, you heard it here first. Badgers is a Polaris man, not a Perseus man.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just thought I had to get in there with that, Badgers. Just for you.
2 seconds, Algared. I'm just discovering if I can. Oh look, I can mute other people in this Discord. Good. Can I? Oh look, I can mute both of you. Right. We need a poll in chat. Do I take this over? Does this become the Perseus stream? Do I execute the unbelievers from this Discord?
Do you execute?
Yeah. No, I would definitely edge towards the Polaris. Although I think the Kraken's got better money earning potential because you can have multiple ships out doing multiple things. With the Polaris, you can do 2.
Yeah.
But I do like the Polaris because it's not as vulnerable.
Yeah, and look, and
because the other thing is, let me put it this way: if you had the Polaris versus the Kraken in a fight, I almost think the Polaris would win because of the torpedoes. You know what I mean? So, it depends what you're coming down to. Like, that's a tough comparison. Like, that might be an episode we eventually get round to doing because we haven't really sat down
in that new series of ship versus ship. Yep.
Well, we haven't really talked about it yet, but that was a pretty fun episode. It seems to have gone pretty well. We'll probably look at doing another one. Quite honestly, I hadn't said this to you guys yet, but I was actually thinking if we do another one, I want to do Kraken versus Idris next, and see how that goes. So
that's a good comparison. That would be a good.
Yeah. And then you can go back and you can do like another one. I thought of was Cutlass versus Freelancer because that's a tough cookie right there. Like, how do you
balance those two out?
Yeah.
Yep. So, and in fairness to the Perseus, I do like the Perseus, and I know Execute likes it as well.
I do.
Based on paper, and the only thing we ever say with Badger, and it's the same thing Badger says, the price of it is just
insane.
You know, when you look at it, it's what, $75 more, and you've got the Polaris, which is just so much more ship.
Do you know, I was looking the other day at the price of a couple of ships in game, and the one I kind of think of, and this makes sense when I say it, is the A2 versus the Starfarer, and they are about, I think they're about very similar in price, millions wise. And where do you think the Perseus is going to sit? I think it's going to be right there with them. You know, round about 5 to 6 million.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
And it is clearly a $350 ship trying to masquerade as a Polaris ship.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's going to be another Prowler type ship in terms of price out of the game. In game, I think it's.
So where does the because I haven't looked in a long while, because since the Perseus I've not given this ship a second thought, but where does the Hammerhead sit in price with the Perseus?
$725 currently.
So they're equivalent. Well, I mean, at least they're consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, what would you take, a Hammerhead or a Polaris, considering it's $25 more to get to a Polaris currently?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. And the Nautilus is the same price as the Hammerhead too.
Yeah. I'm gonna get myself to a Perseus. That's the plan. It's gonna be a long game. I will get myself there, but you know, it's gonna be whenever I've got a little bit of cash to spare, I'll throw at it, get a CCU or an upgrade or whatever, and just slowly inch my way to the Perseus.
Didn't you work out and I've got to say quid because you're a Brit, but didn't you work out that you're only like 40 quid off like turning all your ships into a Perseus or whatever?
It's a bit further than that.
Is it?
But roughly. Yeah, I'm a little way out. Although, to be honest, I've got ships in there. I would lose so many LTI tokens.
We need to have some kind of weird competition, Algared, like us versus Badgers or something, and like to help him raise money. But like, if we raise more, then we get to keep the Perseus and he doesn't.
No. Yeah. I'm gonna get myself there all by myself. But yes.
That would be an indicator. Who do people like more?
Yeah, like who raises more for charity or something like that. And if if he gets enough, we'll buy him the Perseus or something like that. But he's got to do crazy shit like wear like a double jointed mohawk to work or something. I don't know. Just like a series of challenges, each one more evil than the last.
Horrible dressed up type.
I would. 100% would.
You're evil.
Well, we know you would, X, because you're a nightmare.
See, this is why Execute's evil.
Yeah.
And we're the good
So,
ones.
no, basically, no, we are not engineering a situation where you get to do the equivalent of dance, monkey, dance, and I get a Perseus in return.
Yeah.
That is not how
Chat
this is
would
going
love
to work,
that.
fellas.
I bet you Shadow Girl's ready to
absolutely
donate, SA's ready to donate.
No.
Like, they're all lining
No.
up. They're like, dance, monkey,
No, they're
dance. Yeah,
No,
they
no,
would.
there's no one in chat saying they're wanting to donate. Not a single person
Can
in chat.
I get a dance, monkey, dance? If you
No.
Let's see if I can find. Where's the post?
Dance
Wow.
monkey, see, look,
Shadow
see?
Girl.
Bang!
So,
I needed one to
put
prove my
user in
point.
timeout. But yeah, you're all monsters.
Yep. We practice being monsters. Okay.
Next question, please, boys.
Hang on. You can do the next question, Badges.
Look at that. Like 3 people. See?
Yes, sir.
Badges in drag. Look, there you go.
Stop
Sangropa.
Stop it.
Badges in drag. Well,
Stop
he
it.
was Navy. Lol. He even knows
Stop
exactly how to get to
Wait.
you.
Sangropa, I am my friend. I am impressed at your confidence that I am not currently wearing ladies' clothes.
Yeah.
That is, there is a reason I'm not appearing on camera, and it's got nothing to do with my camera.
Badges with baracas dancing. Oh yeah, I can see that.
God.
Da, da, da. Like the mask, you know, he was doing the cha 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 cha.
Yeah. Moving swiftly on.
You
Bucky
wish.
Chin asks, have they specified how long a shipwreck will persist? Will player wrecks become permanent features until they are salvaged to a certain level?
To a certain level, being so that's like the stuff you leave behind. When does that piss off? You know, that's a really that's what I mean. Like, I think there just is gonna have to be levels of time.
Yeah.
You know, like something that just no one gives a shit about. A week.
Yep.
Yes. And I think you might even get to the stage where, like, you know, you have, if that's on the surface of a planet and it does get salvaged, that what gets left behind is some sort of overlay texture that seems, you know, there's a couple of rusty bits of metal sticking out of the ground, and
Yep.
you know, and that slowly deteriorates. So you can go back there and go, oh, look, it's not that it's just despawned. This collection of little bit of metal scrap on the floor is all that's left of my ship from way back when. But yeah, I mean, I think you would kind of hope that shipwrecks, the non-player shipwrecks, are not few and far between, but they're a bit of an event to encounter, because you'd kind of want people to go, okay, well, is this a trap? I need to scan the area because am I about to get jumped on? And then, you know, is there something inside this is going to hurt me? I need to go careful. Are there trip mines, all that sort of stuff? All that sort of stuff. I think I'm the only person to vote no on that poll.
On
You
what?
monsters! I'm the only person to vote no on that poll.
Well, it's unanimous. We are going to have to set something up to help you get a
Oh
person.
no, someone else has voted no. Someone else has voted no for you.
Good, thank you. Whoever voted no.
Can you bastard?
Thank you.
Can, was that you? Can? I bet you it was Can. He'd
Yeah,
take a bullet
just-
for you, that man.
Just ask X how gracious and not awkward I am in accepting anything from anyone.
He's not.
It's basically my nightmare.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, you know, you kind of hope that those wrecks would be a bit of a, you know, stopping them is a reason to go, I know we're doing this, but let's just stop. I found a wreck, let's go investigate it. Because you kind of hope that later on they get to the stage of having like rare discovery only components that you can swap out onto your ship, and you know, the odd military thing that you can find, and something that really makes your ship something you don't want to lose. You know, past the insurance and I don't like the claim timer and the cost. It's like, well, I don't want to lose it because it's got some great components in it that I can't get back.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And that would, you know, I know why people would go and salvage ships and other stuff. But I think that question raises, like, if ships are going to persist for a long time,
Yes.
or eventually going to totally disappear, then shouldn't the wrecks that we've got on planets eventually disappear as well? And they won't make them disappear because they're icons and places, but they should. Otherwise, we end up with junk and ruined ships everywhere eventually. And you know, should there be a point where if I go up with my reclaimer, I could reclaim all of the Bengal, all of the Javelin that's wrecked on Daymar?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about that, of course, is because it's had all its components ripped out. They were talking about how you can't change components in without a shipyard of some sort, you know, be it a large station or whatever. So that sort of thing, I think, kind of precludes us from being able to achieve that sort of, you know, taking the old stuff. That's why I said, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. It's not that I don't think that the hull wouldn't be worthy. It's that no one's going to sell us the components to be able to do that.
Yeah, but it's not, at that point, you're not doing the components, you'd be ripping up the hull. And the question, I think, really the question becomes, would it be economically viable to do it? And that's why the hull is in a stripped state. I think
there's an easy way around that. Yeah, there's an easy way around that, and they just designate it as a war grave or something.
Yeah.
Or designate it a protected site, like in the same way that World War II wrecks are. Yeah.
And that would be the easiest way to do it. And you just you know, even if you do break the law and you do it, because I know even if you did say it's a war graves site, you know, it's a protected site, would that stop players doing it? No. So you've got to add another layer in to make it not worth it for players to do. Otherwise, you know, it doesn't matter what law reason you've got for not doing it. Players are still going to do it because players are.
Oh, I mean, that's the justification for making it not a salvageable wreck.
Yeah.
Can you do me can you do me a poll in chat? And I'm trying to think of how I should question this. Yeah. But
another poll. Another poll for our audience.
So the two the poll. I'm trying to think of what I'd do this. I would go green and red because they're the only two colors we really haven't had. I guess we had pink or pinky purple. But what I'm trying to ask is, for IAE this year, do you reckon it should be red or green? Because they seem to leave red and green specifically only for St. Patrick's Day and Chinese New Year, but it really has limited the number of skins because we've had blue twice, yellow, and I think we've had purple, pink twice as well at this point. Yeah. I don't know. I guess the other question I'm trying to ask is, what other colours do you think it should be? But we can't do 57 colours in the poll. So, to me, I think it should be a form of red or green. But yeah, it should be tweed. Should be plaid, just like our Borland shirt. You know. Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird one. I don't know. What would you guys hope they pick colorwise this year? Go with black.
I'd like to see them do more functional stuff, I guess. Like, I really like the raft skins.
Yep.
With the hazard and the kind of heavy industrial look. I think there's a lot of ships that could go for the heavy industrial. You know, I'd really like to see some sort of like intent skins as well. So I'm thinking to anyone that's seen it, Firefly and Serenity, Firefly being the series, Serenity being the film. There's a group of people, without giving too much away, and they're called Reavers, and they are awful. Like, we can't repeat what they do on stream because we'd get the stream probably taken down. But they're cannibals and they're all that sort of stuff, right? And they string the bodies of their enemies out on the ship. So obviously once they've re-entry, it's just bones and all that sort of stuff. And it's covered in spikes and that they've just hammered into the hull. You know, and when it flies around it...
So according to Algared, they're my type of people. Right, okay.
Yeah, basically that. Yeah, absolutely. Think of the people that would sort of, you know, go to X party, not far off.
So what were you saying? What colour would you like to see badges?
I just think more functional, not necessarily around a colour, but maybe something of intent. So maybe, you know, if you're going to go into search and rescue, maybe there are skins that are intended to indicate that you are a friendly player.
So badges. What you're trying to tell us is you really want to be the new member of Law and Order Criminal Intent. That's all I heard.
I don't know. I don't.
I can see badges there with the.
But yeah, you know, it's one of those things that that sort of stuff would be quite cool. The other thing, and X, you said it the other day when we were recording, you got the A2 out. That metallic camo skin
looked awesome. Yeah,
is brilliant. But it's also understated. It's not like the CS:GO skins where it's like, hey, pink and lime green. That's a really good skin for a gun.
I'll go get that out after this bounty. I'll go get that out and show people, because it's one of the best skins I think I've seen in game. Because yeah, it actually fits the M2 really well, because it almost looks like the default, but then it's got this metallic camera. Like, well, John talked about it too, but yeah, I think I've showed it on stream last week or whatever. But yeah, it's just a really nice skin.
So more functional skins is currently running at 50% of the vote. I don't know how many have voted so far.
Yeah.
Tweed is actually 11% of the vote. Purple is 33%, and red and green is only 11. So there you go.
They do seem to have that themed thing going though. I just don't see them doing anything else other than that, unfortunately. So
yeah, well, I know they, even with the spacesuits, they used to do the the Rust Society, which was kind of poop brown, or nappy brown. So it'd be nice to see more ships linked to that kind of thing. But then the fact that players will be players, you know, there'll be players who would use a skin of someone who is, I'm friendly, I'm, you know, doing the medical care, and they're actually up to no good. And there'd be people who would be, you know, to use your Reaver idea, coming up dressed up as Reavers just to get by a nasty area and hope not to get in trouble. Because players will do what players want to do because they think they're entitled, because they're the most important person in the world.
Did you just, in some really weird way, say players gonna play?
Yep.
Players gonna play.
Players are gonna play. Players are gonna be, you know.
Are you a player, Algared? Is that what you're trying to tell us? You're a player?
I'm just dangerous.
Oh yeah, from that reference from this morning, yes.
So, I had my students, some of my students were pointing out that I looked like Walter White, and thinking they were being original, and I hadn't had it pointed out or been aware of it myself. But, yeah. So they asked me if I had, sir, if you had cancer, would you make meth? And I said, no, it'd be too dangerous. No, and one of them said, would it be too dangerous? And I said, I am the danger. So, yeah, students. Anyway, there are, in that we want more functional skins.
Right. Okay. Next question, please.
Next question.
What do you think Starjump's new fleet viewer and will you use it for Fix My Fleet?
Oh, it's complete trash. No, it's great.
That's from Stratabrick, by the way.
Yep.
I think we had answered that one already, but
we
no.
did answer that earlier. It may have been a repeated
Okay,
one because it's taking us a while to get there, and they were thinking we wouldn't answer it.
Just
Just be aware, guys. You ask a question, it will go into our list. We will get to them, and if we don't get to it that week, we'll bring it up the next day, or the next week. So we do answer every question you guys ask.
Yeah, if you want it answered instantly, that's what super chats are for.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things that mention question, but all we've already answered. So the next one is Zen Strata asks, from what you know of Star Citizen development, when might competent AI crew be implemented into the game?
Server meshing. It's all waiting for those number of entities and the memory and the bandwidth and all that to be opened up, and it's all behind that. But you've heard me say it's like the damn wall waiting to burst, because That is what it is.
Yep. Shadow Girl has a question for us.
We'll let Badgers answer this one.
Recently, I did an extreme service beacon with a 400i solo, killing an Idris and 2 hammerheads with no help except from the few friendly NPC that spawned. 380k for 20 minutes. Thoughts?
What'd you say? Stranded for 20 minutes?
380k for 20 minutes. Yep.
Oh, right. Yep.
Thoughts?
Yeah, it clearly shouldn't work like that. They've got some balancing to do. They've got a lot of balancing to do over a broad number of game areas. First off, though, well done. That doesn't sound like it was particularly easy. But yeah, I mean, obviously, an Idris and a 400i, the 400i should be running for its life. And that's regardless of whether we're flying it or NPCs are flying it. You know, and also hammerheads should make the 400i cry. You know, if they got it, if they get a hold of it into range. You know, they'll obviously be balancing on the money side as well. You know, I think one of the things I struggle with in this game is they need to knock a 0 off.
Yeah.
Keep ammo pricing the way it is, but like, why do guns need to start at 5,000 or 3,000 or 2,000 UEC? Why can't they start at 300 or 200 UEC?
Shadow Girl said that it's easy, but just long or just slow.
Yeah.
But having size 3 shields did help. I do remember when they were doing...
Did having a ship look like a goose help?
I do remember when they were doing Xenothreat, they did say they kind of dumbed down the Idris because they didn't... It would kill us all.
Yeah.
Just start deleting us all.
So... yeah, they had to make the AI not be smart and not do what they thought it should do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have a hope. So
no,
just a small thing.
You know, this is why I think that at the moment, like, balance at the minute isn't. It's just not a priority because so many things are going to come in. They could get the balance perfectly right now, and by the middle of next year, what they're adding will break it again.
Yep.
Yep.
You're only going to have one ship come in. Look at the Ares.
Yep. And as Anne just chucked into chat as well, and the Xenothreat ones also didn't have full hit points.
Yeah.
So
yes,
there's lots of factors in, and we know at the moment the game is rigged for light fighter meta. That's what it's for, because that's what we've all got. But it's certainly not what it's going to be.
Actually, I read a post recently, I think, by a CNG employee, and they said they didn't even mean to make it a meta because, like, they don't want things to be meta in the final game. That's just the way it came out.
Yeah. So, but that's when you've got so many light fighters or fighters, and the big ships aren't really there. That's kind of what you think. Yeah. And thanks, Mike. We love you for offering us a coffee. Always a great thing.
Mate. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I'll fight you guys for it. We're going to have to ram shot and bow for that later. No.
Anyone else, Al, X, thoughts on the 400i soloing an Idris and 2 handmates?
A good pilot should be able to do it, you know. And let's be honest, the AI is a bit dumb at the moment. Final game? No, that's not going to happen. I think you'll get owned, quite honestly.
Well, you should get owned, and I think that's the point that Badgers was saying is, you know, and great that you're able to do it now, but I agree, you shouldn't be able to do it.
Because again, like, if you can take a human player and put it in there, like, we want that AI. Like, there's an episode we did with Morph, and I think Algared will remember when we did it. We were talking about AI in that episode. Like, can AI be everything it needs to be? And you don't often get 3 people at exactly the same time getting the same epiphany. And it was just this epiphany we all had at the same time. Was just like, man, this AI is way more important than we ever... Yeah. But we're just grazing the surface of what this AI... But how are they going to do it? And when we did the episode, we realized there are ways they can do it. It's just got to have more planning than anything else that's been done before. It was a crazy good episode.
Yeah, go back and watch that episode. I think it was
over a year. Yeah, it was over a year ago now. But yeah, it was quite an old episode, but it was one of those episodes that ages well because it's about something that's not in game yet. So
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys there?
Yeah. Yes, Lou. Yeah, I like the
Was it something on those lines?
Oh. Algared, we lost what you were saying there, mate. I think we only caught the tail end, whether you'd lagged out or whatever. But if you wouldn't mind repeating that for us.
Which bit did you last hear?
You just came in all at once, man.
Your last 2 words, yeah.
Okay. I was talking about the AI being really important and going watching the video, and I think the video was.
I've got the episode. I'm going to drop it in chat now. So
yep. So that's the episode. Go watch it.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
That one.
It's called Can Star Citizen AI Be Lifelike? Featuring Morpholis.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it was one where we all went, yeah, AI is really important. It's what will make the universe a living, breathing, or feel like a living, breathing thing. So yeah.
This is by the way, this is all before they started talking about certain things. So there's probably things in that we missed, but the actual overlying concept of how important AI is
yeah.
I
can't even remember whether that video came out before they were talking about nav mesh. Or if it was right at the same time. It was.
So if I open the video, hold on. The video came out on the 28th of September 2020, so it's at least 2 years old.
Yep.
In a month it would be exactly 2 years old. So yeah.
So yeah. All right, Death Trooper 177 has a question. Do you think we are entering the stagnant period of development until Q1 2023?
No, but we are hitting the quiet before the storm before AIE.
Yeah.
After AIE, it becomes really quiet again until pretty much May. The quietest period of the entire year is actually when AIE finishes. Almost that 6-month period, like where they go away for Christmas. They seem to take so long to get back on their feet that they don't pick it back up to March. That whole first 3 months of the year.
I think the question is not, is it a quiet period, but is it a period of them working under the HUD? Because I think a lot of the stuff that we're seeing and we're talking about at the moment is under the HUD stuff. It's not stuff we see up front. But 90% of a game is behind the scenes. It's not the stuff we see, and I think that's really where we struggle. Where we as players and people who aren't designing the game struggle. We don't see new things coming in. We don't see new looks. We don't see new ships. We don't see new X. So therefore, it's a stagnant period. Nothing's happening, and yet it can often be further from the truth. So yeah, I'm not sure. I would probably say no, but quiet period for what we see.
Oh, shit. I'm in trouble.
So why tears, Shadow Girl? Drazen has a question for us while Execute is trying to get extradite himself from trouble. And Drazen says, what do you feel the current state of the community is in, and what will CIG need to deliver to improve, keep the overall perception that the game is...
Close out the end of this year.
Of the game to close out the end of this year. So, struggling to...
I think there's a couple of people a message to say that the stream's lagging.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I look like I've frozen.
Yeah, it's just Algared's end. That's all it'll be.
Must be 10ish.
Yeah.
Getting close.
So it lags for Algared because of his connection in Sydney. So, yeah.
and it's around 10 o'clock, so all the housewives are getting on the internet to watch, YouTube or whatever it is they watch. So I'm assuming it's housewives or people at home or the bludgers or whoever.
Apparently, it was the whole stream. They were saying, which is why we've got the buffering image.
Oh, well, there you go.
But yeah, hopefully that's it fixed.
No, then it's all right. First time that's happened. Maybe someone at my house is doing something.
It's Execute's fault. It's not mine. Yay!
As regards drazing questions, what do I feel the current state of the community is in, and what will CIG need to deliver to improve and keep up the overall perception of the game? I think the community is in a good place. I think the recent spat of YouTubers far larger than ourselves and far larger than Star Citizen is used to coming in, Level Cap, Ollie, all those sorts of, Jack Frags returning, that sort of stuff is a good thing. I think people are, because the more people play it and the larger streamers play it, the harder it comes to throw the scam citizen allegations around. But I think it's just people recognizing that there's something here now that is fun. And I think that's, I'd like to think that yeah, exactly that. And, from what I've seen, the community has kept up its reputation for being unbelievably helpful to new players. And kind of catching up with everyone and introducing them to what's going on and, letting them borrow ships and helping them out and coming to collect them. That all seems to, I think if the community had been in a bad place, Siege of Orison would have been miserable. From people just shooting each other.
In answer to the question as to why the screen was buffering, have no idea, because Sangroper on Twitch said that it was fine on Twitch. So it was clearly a YouTube issue, not a any of us issue. So there you
go. As to what it needs to do to close out the year, I don't know, fellas, what do you think?
Just get 18 out with the cargo refactor and salvage. I think most people are happy with that. It's double the gameplay we got right now type of thing, so...
Yeah, I think more gameplay type things, so cargo refactor. Certainly something that's... If it's something that's going to take a lot of time to kind of fine-tune, in some sense, the sooner they get it out, so we're actually working with it and working out what's wrong and how to fix it, the better, I suppose. But I don't know. What do you guys think on that idea? Whether if it's stable in game, is it worth bringing it in so they can actually work out how we're using it and what we're doing with it, so they can actually fine tune it and get it better, or is it better to try and do that behind the scenes? And
I'm going to have to give you the same answer, Algared, that you give when people give you this ship or this ship.
Why not both?
Why not both?
Yep, another fair cop.
Yeah. We have, and I'll say it before and again, and apologise if I'm encroaching into White Knight thing, but, change my mind. We have a frankly kind of unprecedented access and ability to influence a AAA title.
Yep.
I know indies do it. I know smaller games allow you to do it. Relic are putting out Company Heroes 3, and they've been quite engaged. Quite engaging with their community and getting feedback from them. And I think it's going to be the way things start to go. But something of this size and this complexity for us to feed into that, and
makes me wonder if the Hollywood industry should do that. They seem to be nothing but hating on fans lately.
But well, that's without saying for Hollywood. But the other question is, how much of what we're currently seeing in a lot of those smaller game developers coming from what CIG started to do, people say it all the time, 10 years and we still don't have a game. But how often, how much of that, what we're seeing of other developers being open in what they're doing, coming from what CIG was doing, and you can even go, No Man's Sky, and what they were doing is they were trying to develop a game, because both were seeming around that time, and Elite was the same. Elite Star Citizen, No Man's Sky. They were both saying, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to do, this is going, this is rat. But I think No Man's Sky was just the developers saying it, but Star Citizen Elite seemed to be more, this is what you can do, and they were actually showing you, and you were constantly seeing it. And Star Citizen, even though it's still in development, wasn't the same point that Elite was. We're still in the game playing it, and we're still actually experiencing those situations. And so how much of that has fed into what's happening, what we're seeing is seems to be becoming more normal in terms of development. What are your thoughts, X?
Sorry, I missed that. I was trying to figure out where my M2 was. What was the short version?
Short version was what we're seeing in terms of development is of a lot of the small indie people being more engaging with the community, a result of about 10 years of development for Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous, and even
I just think I think it's more like being a small indie. You kind of have to, because you're trying to appeal to people. You're making something that's niche already. You want to make sure you're making what they want to buy.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
But sure, having Star Citizen do it, probably seeing that it worked for them, it's not going to hurt. But did it influence? Yes. Was it the only reason? No. So yeah.
Wow, the discussion. We've finally reached the question that did ask or we've almost reached the question where you realised, oh, it's execute and execute taking questions. So that's we're significantly behind.
Yeah,
that's okay. Ted Wendelbaum has a question. Couldn't they have minor items on the client so that if I go back, my cup shows up, even if it's deleted from the server in the past?
It's got to be remembered somewhere, though.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about 1,000 people and they've all got 100 cups each,
yeah,
it gets big pretty quickly. And then if you put that over a 6-month period, it gets pretty ridiculous, pretty quickly.
I really do think it's much easier to say it's deteriorated, it's gone back into the system, it's rotted away, or having a janitorial staff, if it's near a settlement, picking up and putting it away, and recycling the rubbish, and that's how you clear it up. But yeah, badges.
I mean, I know so little about how the back end stuff works that I really couldn't answer that. I mean, the only thing that I could really think of as a response to that, Ted, is that it's a much longer conversation if both sides are talking, rather than just the servers telling a client, right, you need to display this and display that and display this, and there's this stuff over here, so render that in, and so on and so forth. If you make that conversation two-way, so the client's going, oh, by the way, there's this over here, and then the server going, well, okay, all right, then I'll need to do this, and so you can render that, and blah, blah, blah. I think all that's going to do is create decreased performance for us.
Yeah.
And, what happens, you're sorting out a load of stuff at your new outpost or whatever, and you're attacked and something explodes, which kind of throws this stuff all over the place.
Yep.
Or you're attacked while it's while you're offline. So the next time you come to log in, your game crashes because there's so much information it can't deal with it. It's like, how do you fix that? Because you're still asleep in the bed at the outpost, for example, but now your stuff's been scattered everywhere, and there's so much of a conversation you effectively time out. So yeah, I think keeping it server side is a good idea. And I think it's one of those things that, like we say, I say a lot that it's fun taking new players around Star Citizen because you see all the stuff that you get used to.
Yeah.
And they go, oh my god, the quantum effect is really nice. Yeah, actually, it is really nice. Oh my god, the cityscape is stunning. Yeah, actually, that's.
Oh yeah, you're right.
good.
It is.
Do you know how
Even walking them through the ships, these ships are massive and awesome, and you go, oh yeah, it is. You know that.
Yeah, and it's like, how quickly will this and all the effort they're putting into it, how quickly will it become something we just become used to and don't really think of? Yeah, and that's why X was talking about what he was talking about in terms of, shouldn't it just be the stuff we actually use? You know, so or things that mark a milestone in the journey. So one of the things that I was thinking of is they've kind of hinted that we're going to get some form of survival-based crafting, because they were talking about with PES, crash landing on a planet, being able to build a little campsite and that sort of stuff, and then coming back and finding that again, which kind of hints that that might be something they let us do. That sort of stuff would be cool. Because, you know, you go back there, it's like, yeah, I remember that. I had no idea I could survive. I found food over there, and I built myself a little shelter here, and, you know, that collapsed pile of wood is all that's left of it. But this is where my campfire was, and you can still see that there's nothing growing there because it's all been scorched. And
yeah, that skeleton is my crew, you know.
Yeah, yeah, that's Bob, who donated something so I could continue living, ? Yeah. But you know what I mean? It's something like that would be important. Something like that would be, you know, outposts that we build with the Pioneer, if they're trashed, becoming ruined outposts is cool. And it's also, it adds gameplay possibilities, right? Going there to rebuild it or whatever. But I'm not sure going to an area, because you know someone will, you know, filling the back of their, even if it's just for the TikToks, just filling the back of their freelancer with nothing but copy mugs, pointing their freelancer at the sky and then opening the back ramp.
Yep,
and just flooding a location with, you know, 3,000 coffee mugs. It's okay, I'll come back. Oh my god, Star Citizen broken. I came back and they weren't there. Scam Citizen, give me my refund.
Yeah, and people would do that just to see if they could crash the sim as well. You know, how much do I have to put in before I can crash the system? So yeah. And you know people will do it.
How many, you know, picos do I have to drop all over New Babbage before it breaks, you know?
Yep. You know,
yeah.
You know people will do it. And I'm pretty certain CIG know people will do it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anu Byte says, that's just the execute one. Def Trooper 177 from Twitch says, so what pillar do you think will be started next?
Actually, 7 missions the last pillar.
So I think, yeah, so the base pillar, the things that hold everything up, 7 meshing, I think was the last, and then from that.
So the next pillar will be whatever pillar they build as an art piece to put in game. I see your trick question, and I raise you one.
So that'll open up the door for the jump gates and systems and everything else, I think. So yeah. I thought you were going to add something in there, Badges.
Just thinking, just in case we've read that question wrong. Which pillar do you think will start next on ISC? What do you think we'll get an update on? We've got server meshing being updated.
Don't we?
Just in case we read it wrong.
Well, the last time they did Pillow Talk, which was ages ago, and I'm sure if someone go look at it, they literally said there were 9 pillars and they'd done 8 of them. And that the last one was server meshing. So there is only really 1 left, so that's why it's a bit confusing. The question. What's next after server meshing? Taking the universe and expanding it outwards? You know, so you know they've got all the tools there. Yeah, I don't know how to interpret that question another way. Sorry, might be just tired and I'm not seeing it. But,
that's right.
Yeah.
So, Henrik, do you want to do this one, Algared?
Yep. Okay. Do you think they will open up sales again for limited ships like the 890 Jump or Pioneer?
Yep, they do it every AIE.
There's usually a limited number that become available at some point, so yes. Will they make them unlimited? Probably not, because of some reason that they have in terms of wanting to limit ships.
It's FOMO. Keeps the sales up.
Yep. It helps feed the F5 war.
If you want to go in to look at anything, look up artificial scarcity. That's essentially what they're doing. Keeps the prices high and in demand.
No, I do know. I hear people saying, how do you get past the F5 war? How do you get a ship that you want but you never get? The way I've always done it, certainly if it's in waves, is I get the ship in my cart in the first wave. In the second wave, at the beginning of the sale, I have everything ready to go except the buy button. So cash is in the ready to go and everything. And at the next wave, I hit bot. And that's how I've done it without using a bot. So
top tip.
Do with that what you will. Now that everyone knows that, expect that not to work.
Doomed. That's it. You've ruined it.
I have. I've ruined it for myself and anyone else. But that's how I've done it. I've never used a bot when I've been trying to get those rare ships or stuff. And it's been when it's been a tiered level thing. I've used that system. First wave, got it in the hangar, got it in the cart, set it up as if I was going to buy it, and then at the beginning, at the second time, the next wave starts, so it was starting at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. I'd press the buy, and that's worked. Can't guarantee it will work again because I'm gonna do it. Yeah. Jedi Drifter. Do you think the Stormwell riding racing will be fun and profitable?
I don't think they'll do racing on it anymore. I think it's going to be like you'll harvest things off the back of them. That was kind of the last thing we heard. Yeah.
They had talked about harvesting things off the back of them. So yeah, you're not killing them. You're just harvesting the chemicals or the ore or whatever it is that grows.
Stormwall pimples.
Yeah, squeezing Stormwall pimples to get the musk or whatever chemical it is that excrete. Yes.
Moving swiftly along.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go for it, Badgers.
Stand by.
Hello, Paul, by the way, in chat. Good to see you,
Hey,
mate.
Paul. Come along and join us if you like.
Jump on, Paul.
Death Trooper 177 asks, do you think Star Citizen needs a skill tree in order to have players specialize in specific gameplay and specialization in engineering, medical, and hacking, etc.? I can... So... in my mind, the way they've currently got the game set out, in terms of if you look at mining as the closest thing we've got to a fleshed out game loop, that is the skill tree. Because, if you're not familiar with mining, what are the components for? Why can't I mine this?
Yeah.
This 50% Quantanium rock. What do you mean I don't just hold F and then harvest everything on it? All that sort of stuff. That's going to build a skill tree. The interesting thing about that is when it comes to kind of open gameplay and inviting randos and all that sort of stuff into the group, is how can you be sure they know to do what they say they're going to do? Or they can do, which is an interesting one. And it's a bit of a poor example, but if you've played Sea of Thieves, the amount of crew members who come on and say they know what they're doing and they just don't.
Oh, look.
When you connect that with the fear of losing your ship and the impact of death of a spaceman, taking
the rating,
absolutely,
the rating system.
Yeah,
and separate this game from other ones. Yeah.
Taking an unknown quantity, that unknown quantity being a person with you, becomes a risk. And what CIG risk doing is giving us an active reason to not group up, unless you know the people in question.
Just real quick, hang on, real quick. This is that skin that we were talking about. I don't know if I can show it that well in the hanger here, but Give me a second.
It is a pretty skin.
It's pretty. Yeah, it's got some kind of subtleness to it. I don't know how else to explain it, but like at particular angles, it just looks like a normal M2, but then, you know, so kind of like there it goes a bit normal.
Two-tone.
Yeah. Kind of like a metallic and a white. It's hard to explain, but yeah, I don't know. There's just something I like about the subtlety of it.
Some form of camo type patterning on it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think there's a point where you do want that skill tree, as you said, because you want that. But I've played games where, you know, you've got skill trees, and someone will join you because they are a healer, and they are the suckiest healer you've ever had. Or they're supposedly a tank, and they're the worst tank you've ever had. So having a skill tree doesn't mean they're going to be good at what they're doing. It just means that's supposedly what they're best at, and even that's not even a good thing.
Here's the other thing, though. How you know, some guy you're telling me sucks, so when he rates you, he just rates you down.
Yep.
But you don't suck. It's him that sucks. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you balance a rating system? Because
how do you balance a rating system? Because
like if there's 5 people in the team and one gives you a bad score, but you all give him a bad score, like is that balanced out? But is that player's first day? Like, some stuff that they're gonna have to look into.
Yeah. So even the rating system's had possible flaws and stuff. So
nothing's perfect. There's always like, you think about life across the board, everything from how hospitals work, politics, religion, everything. There are flaws to everything. Nothing is perfect. There is no foolproof system. So if you can create layers to it, then maybe we get a bit more lucky, but we'll see, huh?
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. Anyway, let's have a look. The next question is by Henrik. What's the difference between the Pathfinder tag and the Explorer tag? Do Pathfinders not land, but just suck up information to self to others?
So Pathfinder, it sounds like it's more like
the Pathfinders were the ones who went first, is my understanding. So
well, I think it's like, because the Terrapin's a Pathfinder, right? It's almost like a scout, or because I'd almost say the Odyssey's a Pathfinder. You know what I mean? Where Explorer is more like a Carrack. But I'd be so interested to see what tag they end up giving that Odyssey at the end of the day. Now I've said that, because wouldn't it be funny? Yeah, it's Carrack Killer, but it's not even rated as an Explorer. It's actually a Pathfinder.
Well, given that they said that it comes in afterwards, says it's not a Pathfinder, but my thought. But
a Terrapin comes in after too, and that's a Pathfinder. So yeah.
But you know, my understanding is the Pathfinder goes in, kind of finds a big thing or targets the thing that you need to then saturate or go explore. So I think if the World War II idea of Pathfinders, the Pathfinders went in first. So, you know, if you were doing a bombing run, they'd drop the flares on the target, so everyone else can go, oh, that's where we're bombing. Right, let's go. So, you know, and I think in hiking, the Pathfinder's blazing the trail and chopping through, but you're not looking at what else.
I'm going to counteract that with the whole thing about frigates and corvettes and all that stuff and their naming conventions, and just go, I don't think they know what they're calling things. So, lore-wise and World War II-wise, I'll give you that. But already looking at the Terrapin, because the Terrapin go in after and before. It can, you know, it's got 2 scanners, so it can be looking for life and it can be looking for ores. I could see it being sent in front of a whole bunch of combat ships, but I could also see it being at the back. So at the end of the day, I think it's probably just a name.
Yeah, I mean,
but if you're looking at exploring ships, if you're trying to work out what's the difference.
I think for me the Pathfinder moniker is exactly that. Is you are in front of something, and that thing is too big, weak, expensive, time-consuming, whatever it is, to go and find what it needs. So you send something that is a Pathfinder, so that rather than it coming and having to explore a entire system and explore a entire region, it knows where it's going. So the Pathfinder finds whatever it is. Let's say it's a mineral deposit for an Orion. So the Orion, a sizable asteroid that's going to make them bank.
Mm.
That's the Pathfinder's job. You don't want the Orion doing that. You want the Orion kind of doing its thing, and the Pathfinders, whilst it's doing that thing, they're off finding the next thing. So the Orion has zero downtime unless it needs it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of that hop and skip and jump. So then it goes to this new asteroid, and the Pathfinders are off again to try and find something else. And rinse, repeat for as long as needs be. But that for me is the Pathfinders, and it's even in a military term that makes sense with terrapins being airborne early warning. Now, with modern fleets, you don't need more than one thing up, but that's because you're only talking small areas compared to space. So you're going to send out multiple terrapins or trackers or whatever it is to go and find an enemy fleet and bring them to book.
Just real quick, can anyone link me in chat the table that explained what all those things were? So they had a table that showed you the different characters of ships, and it also what they were, because we can probably just go read that and it would actually tell you. Because I found one from a wiki, but I don't trust what it's saying, because it's saying Pathfinders are all about jump points.
Well, that's an org one, I think.
Yeah.
Say hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
I was waiting for a good time to come in and say something terrible and demonetize the stream.
Oh, okay.
Rude.
Paul,
You monster.
Only because Execute would do the same thing to me. And
What? Man, you guys really don't think a lot of me.
Has done. That's what I
love your
understand.
Execute. But we only bag out people we care about.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So how you keeping, Paul? You well?
I am coming off of COVID, so I am. I'm double vaxxed.
Coming out the other end.
Yeah, I'm double vaxxed, and well, this is how it was. I'm double vaxxed and boosted, so I thought it was allergies. I didn't have a test on hand, so I was like, it's all of the hallmarks of allergies. It was like sinus pressure, nose congestion, and then every morning I'd wake up and my throat would be rough because, sinus is draining down the throat, and then at night. Yeah. So I'm like, it's the end of hay fever season. We just rained, makes sense. And I think Saturday or Sunday, I was like, I canceled basically everything I was doing because my throat was so dead. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to speak. Cam took a test and was like, I have COVID. And I was like, oh, great. So I took a test and it was like, yeah, you have super COVID. It was like it instantly pinged off the scale for the home test. It was like, oh, okay. I guess I had COVID. Yeah, so I gave it to Cam. I had it beforehand, and so Cam's coming off the end of it. I'm still coming off. I'm just congested right now. I never had any breathing problems. It was just more like a kind of like thing. It's a typical thing that I usually have at the beginning of every school year, which is something comes around and it usually rucks my throat, and that's about it.
How many times have you had COVID now?
This is the first time.
Oh,
first
really?
time ever.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's quite rare for teachers. Teachers who haven't had COVID or a diminishing number.
Yeah. So you'll hear me be a little bit like stuffed up, but I'm fine. Like I've had energy and been everything fine. I've actually been more annoyed because it's like I can do everything but record audio and stream.
Oh, that's fine, Paul. We're used to you being stuffed up. It's fine.
And for those who are eagerly awaiting the next Law Citizen podcast, we won't be recording this week due to that and other issues. So there you go.
Yeah.
So there are more episodes planned.
Are you streaming today, Paul?
Yeah. It's first time coming back, so we'll see how long it is. But
how long do you stream?
About a little under an hour. So
just so we know when we want to try and.
I wanted to go to bed in like 10 minutes, but yeah, I guess that's not happening.
We've still got about 5, maybe 10 questions, 15 questions, so you can't go to bed yet. I'm sorry.
I've not had a lot of sleep, Paul. I've only slept about 3 hours. Just cat was on me. It was hot. Yeah.
All right. So the next question. from Zorhan Disco is, how are we going to repair ships when we are being thrown to the ground during maneuvers?
Oh, that's a good question. Gravity boots, so they suck you to the floor. Maybe, I don't know.
They did have those once upon a time.
And if a ship is broken, I guess it's not moving. That's how...
Yeah, but if you've got a system that's breaking and you're trying to avoid being hit, I can see that question. Hopefully they'll eventually get it so it's not as bad as it is. Maybe we'll get inertial damperness.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Paul? I'll throw you in, make you talk when you don't want to.
What was the question again? It's about boots.
So how
are we going to repair ships if the ship movement is tossing us all over the place?
Carefully. That's part of the gameplay. That's part of the gameplay. It's part of the gameplay. Like if the ship movement's tossing you over the place, your pilot's going to have to slow down in order to let you repair better. Which means you're more vulnerable to attack, which means, it's a trade-off. It's multi-crew gameplay. And on top of that, eventually you'll be able to turn the gravity off and suck the oxygen out, Rocinante style. And so you don't lose any oxygen when you get punctured. And then you'll have the push and pull mechanics where you have to like ground yourself by grabbing like a handle and then repairing 0G. So... Which all sounds like hopium, but it's all stuff that CIG's talked about and displayed. It's just we know what's going to happen is once they get that stuff in, it's all going to be broken, and the handholds are going to be 15 feet away from where they're supposed to be. So you're just like, I can't get to this relay because I'm holding onto the handhold, but every time I do, the game yeets me back 15, a football field, and I can't reach it anymore. So. Mm-hmm.
And that, to go back to an earlier question, is your skill tree. Because the people who can do it really well are clearly skilled at it, and the people who are just hacks who never do it are going to suck at it.
Mm-hmm. And, it's going to, if it doesn't already, it's going to scale with the larger ships that you're in. So if you're in an Idris, something like that, it's going to be railguns and torps that knock you to the ground. It's not going to be the other stuff. Their gravity drives are going to be more effective, so you're not going to have this constant, oh, look, I changed direction, now everybody's on the floor.
Yeah. It is.
Because... Sorry, go on.
No, I'm talking in game, sorry.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be different for the larger ships that are going to have those repairs going on whilst you're in battle. I mean, if you're talking like your freelancer or whatever, you're going to want to get out of there. It's going to be literally firefighting and that sort of stuff. Let's make it so that we don't die in the next 20 seconds, but let's get out of weapons range and then deal with fallout.
Deal with the issues we've got to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Ooh.
So, moving right along. Almond Butter says, you only own one hat? I believe that's to UEC.
No, I've been asked this before. I own like 6 or 7. And I've actually got multiples of the same hat. So when this one wears out, I throw it out and put another one on. They actually come from Korea, believe it or not.
I was going to say, Execute, aren't you an graphic designer for video games? I don't know a single graphic designer in entertainment industry who doesn't own multiple hats.
I've actually got a really rare hat over there that's a red one of Atari. I've got like an Atari hat from back in the day.
Old school Atari hat?
Hang on, give me a minute.
There you go. Execute's going to show the Atari hat. Just for you guys. Play the lift music.
Here's a couple of different ones. So I got a Batman one, another Superman one, but it's red, and then the Atari one.
There you go.
Just for something different.
Nice. Good. So the answer is no. He does not own one hat.
No. Yeah.
Just Superman. I think I've seen you wear a Superman hat, haven't you? Sangrupa?
Sangrupa WA6000 asks, Which large ship is going to become one of the better group play ships? And they give some examples: Connie, MSR, or Corsair size. Same question again with a size up, say Subcapital, Polaris, Nautilus, Carrack, etc. Who wants to have a grapple at that one?
So,
go on.
I think the best subgroup is going to be the larger ships is going to be the Corsair, mostly because it's a Drake ship, and one of the things that we haven't had yet, but we will see in the future, is replacement parts. So, like the accessibility and usability and ease of maintenance is going to be a thing, and Drake is in the lore and that informs the gameplay because often the gameplay is it's back and forth. That's their big thing. It's like there's no panels protecting the stuff, but it also means there's no panels getting in the way of you ripping that like component out and then replacing it, or ripping it out and then being able to fiddle with it and jamming it back in. And it's also fairly cheap. It's going to be fairly cheap in game too, so it's going to have a lot of those balances.
In Australia, it's like the difference between having something like a Toyota and an Audi or a German-made car. You get a German-made car, you get it broken, it's damaged, you get parts, and the parts either cost a fortune or they take forever to get there. You get a Toyota, the parts seem to be dirt cheap in comparison and easy to get.
Really quickly, while I'm thinking of it, Paul, I'm going to switch back over to this, boys. Hold on. Paul, I've got a couple of questions for you about this in regards to the vote for Ship Showdown, but the last one at the bottom, I think, is probably the most interesting one. So the Pisces versus
it's the only
Mule.
one that matters.
Yeah, I really do think it's the biggest one.
Whoever wins, that's going to win the whole thing. That's the answer.
That's what's the last of those two in the brackets. That's the one that matters.
Because like I'm gonna be honest, like though I kind of wanted the Mule to win for the memes, I kind of think the Pisces actually deserves to win. I was saying before, there's so many people, like I've seen you use it, I've seen Badges, I've seen Space, Croncy, like almost every streamer. It's just such a convenient little ship to use. Where you look at the Mule's just brand new. And the Mule's already got a whole bunch of skins already. Yes, it's going to get some more functionality at the end of the year, but the Pisces has only got one skin too. For all that coolness it has, I think it could actually use some more skins too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? Like I'm kind of switching my vote where I said if the PTVU can't win, the Mule can. I'd almost rather the Pisces win now.
Yeah. And while you're answering it, I'm going to say, excuse me, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
Right.
Okay. The wind got taken out of my sails because the PTV was just so unceremoniously ripped out.
Same.
Like I get the reason why, but it was like so unceremoniously ripped out. I was just like, there's nothing else that's fun. I know a lot of people were like, I saw one person like dripping with being like, let's see all the toxic people about the PTV, and I didn't see anyone. I think most people were just like, there's the fun now. You got rid of the one thing I wanted. Bye.
It's kind of, but it's kind of good though because it looks like everyone's going to get it for free, which makes sense because of the racing, and everyone's getting the skins. So in a way, it did win.
It already won.
Yeah,
it's a de facto win.
Yeah,
I think what happened was that CIG two factor. One, there was a good reason why they had to drop it, and the other one was that they were like, oh god, this is going to win. And so they looked at it and said, okay, how can you fix this? And they were like, it's so old. The paint system for that is so old that it would not be able to win. They wouldn't be able to even do one in the short amount of time. Oh God. So it was just a combination of bad timings. But I will still produce even though Jake told me specifically not to do this, I'm going to do it anyways, which is claiming that CIG knew it was going to win. And so they intentionally, like spiked the win, the loss. So
we just blame Jake and we move on. That's fine.
Yes, but as a result, I think honestly, I'd like to see the Mule win just because it's a ground vehicle and it's Drake and it's cool. I don't have as much like vigor and spunk in me to go like super hardcore on the memes for the Mule.
I'd be happy if either.
I'm basically gonna sit back and let those two win. Let those two fight it out, and whoever wins, I'll back that. I'm just not going to like super go hardcore into it. So
that's where I'm at too. Whoever of those two wins, I've got no problem with which one wins it. I think the rest of it's pretty Okay, Scorpius or Warden? I'll ask you that one because I'll go through and ask you a couple.
Scorpius.
Yep. Is
Scorpius.
that because it's just because the X-wing factor?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think I like it for that. I think the Warden deserves a win, but I also think the Warden deserves its freaking bucks. Yeah. I think it deserves to win when it gets its bucks because the Warden is the worst version of the Vanguard. Fight me, internet. It's the worst version of the Vanguard. No one uses it.
Yeah, Sentinel's the best.
People use the Sentinel or the Harbinger, and that's it. They don't use, or even the Hoplite. I've seen the Hoplite used before I've seen the Harbinger used.
Hoplite's a lot of loners for people, like for some of the other dropships. So
yeah.
I think the Terrapin will beat the 600i, but you tell me if you think I'm wrong there. Because I know there's a big push for the Terrapin because it doesn't have any skins. I think the Carrack will beat the 400i. What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, definitely. Though I don't think the Carrack will win. I think the 400i might be the Carrack because a lot of CIG has said, I think CIG has said something to the effect of that all Carrack owners will get the C8 skin.
Right.
Because anybody who has it will have it.
Okay.
But I don't think the Carrack is going to win, only because there's still a lot of distaste for Carracks. There's a lot of, like, you own a Carrack, right?
Yep.
Do you remember how ridiculous Carrack owners were acting last year over it?
Yep.
Pretty salty, but I voted against it too. Like I wanted I wanted the MPU to be just to put it in perspective, right? The MPU V1, I voted for it and I didn't even buy one.
Yeah,
you know,
but that's my point. Was that there's some people who took it really. It's kind of like guilty by association. We'll see if that guilt wears off because it's been so long and there's so many new people. Yeah. But I also think that there's a lot of the new people like the 400i, the aesthetics, they like the vibe.
400i is popular.
So one of the things I was saying to Algared before is like I tend to pick them differently now. I pick them kind of like so. There's what I think will happen. What I hope will happen, and with the what I hope will happen is it's ships that just don't have many skins and stuff like that. So when I look at that, the 400i actually has more skins than the Carrack. So I hope the Carrack wins. So Cutlass versus Mercury, I think it's got to be Mercury, yeah, Paul.
It's a hard sell between those two. Cutlass is pretty popular. I think the Cutlass will probably win. Cutlass is more popular than the Mercury.
Okay.
And the Mercury won last year. So I don't want to see the Cutlass win. I'd love to see the Cutlass lose.
Hang on, say that again. The Mercury won last year. I'd love to see
the Cutlass lose.
The MPU V won last year.
No, he's meaning in the bracket.
Oh, in the bracket. It got top 4.
Okay.
Yeah, the MPV won last year, but the Mercury won second place. So it got a skin and all these other things, and even got the jacket. So, and a Cutlass is just, again, new players have come in, and the Cutlass is the ship for new players. So I love the Cutlass. I think it's still the best ship in the verse, all-rounder for everything. If you want to do anything in the game, a Cutlass is perfect, and it's just so good for that. So I think a lot of people are just going to stick with it. But and the problem is the MSR has nothing. Like there's no gameplay attached with the MSR except for cargo hauling, and it's a terrible combat ship. So
no, I'd say they're pretty much on par at the moment for gameplay because you can do put vehicles in the back of both of them, do cargo with both of them, bit of combat in both of them. They're pretty on par for gameplay wise at the moment.
They are, but the MPU the Drake Cutlass is $100 and the MSR is $200 or $350.
It's also one of the most. The MSR is I think the Cutlass is more popular than the MSR, but for its size, the MSR is right up there in popularity.
And doesn't the Cutlass have a better missile loadout than the MSR?
It does, and the Connie has a better combat loadout. The Connie is a better ship than the MSR, which is saying something because the Connie is not good at mostly anything. So that's the thing. It's like MSR won last year, so it's already going to have a handicap. because yes, people like it, but like it had a huge push last year, and there's a lot of new people coming in. Cutlass has won in previous years, but I think Cutlass is going to win. It will probably win this year just because of the new vote alone.
And it is. There aren't too many Drake ships in the list this year. So
Freelancer or Raft, Paul?
The Raft, I think. I'd love to see the Freelancer win, but the Raft I think is going to win just because it's new and people like it. And it's Argo. Like people love Argo. Like I released my first episode of the complete history of the verse series, and part of the first episode, because of how old Argo is, was talking about the origins of Argo. And when the Argo section came on when I was premiering it, this chat lit up with Argo, like losing their shit over it. So it's like I know people are big fans of the company. Yeah. So.
Actually, I can't remember where it was, but I was watching a video during the week, and the guy was suggesting an Argo capital ship, and I was thinking, yeah, that would sell like hotcakes as capital ships sell. It would go absolutely bananas.
Like a floating station, like something similar to the competitor to the Kraken, but less combat oriented.
I remember.
Sell like instantly.
He was talking to the Endeavor, but you know,
he was actually was talking about a carrier, so like a heavy carrier. But then I remembered while I was watching the video that the Jupiter is a thing. So yeah, but I actually think
Jupiter is not a thing. It's not a thing. It's a thing in lore, but CIG refuses to make it because John Crew has Endeavor syndrome. He takes one look at that lore piece and goes, "Fuck no." The size of that thing alone is stupid because it would have to deliver like seven or eight shuttles, the size of the shuttles that are currently working as the mass transit in Orison, and putting 8 of those things on a ship, making 8 of those things fit on a ship would be almost as big as a Perseus or as a Pegasus. Very size of how much it could be.
Very simply though, you could just do the Nebula one, which is the industrial gas miner capital ship. That would solve the problem. As an Argo would be pretty simple.
I think an idea of like a floating space station where it's refit, refuel, refine, and repair. If you did the four Fs and call it the F4, the Argo F4, refuel, refit, refine, repair. I don't know, the 3 Fs, 3 Rs, the 3 Rs, the R4, the R4, the Argo R4.
Repair, refine, and refuel. Yep.
Refit, refine, repair, and refuel.
Isn't it 4 Rs?
Yeah, 4 Rs, R4.
R4.
All right. Next question, please. Badges, are you still there or have you fallen asleep?
No, I'm still here.
All right, next question.
Which one were we up to?
I don't remember.
We were partway through answering the better group play ships.
I don't think we got around to that one.
I said Corsair, but my other answer is again, this is gonna Execute's gonna hate me for this, but I think it's the Perseus. It's the smallest crew required for the biggest bang of the buck. It's a great take 4 friends and just go around and have a good time kind of ship compared to the Polaris and the other ships. And we just did a video on it. Y'all should go watch that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan X.
What was the question? Sorry.
It's the so Sandgroper has a question. He says which large ship is the one that's going to be better for group play, and then you've got 3 ships: Connie, MSR, or Corsair, and then go up a level. Which size ship do you think is better for group play? Polaris, Nautilus, or
I think the Perseus is in a different class to the Polaris, though. And I also think one of the things we've been seeing is it seems like they're turning down the number of crew required for certain ships, and I think when the Polaris comes out, it will be slightly lower than what we're seeing right now. I could be completely wrong, but the fact that you've got, say, something like a Kraken that's 10 people, and then you got a Polaris that I think it was 21.
Well, Polaris on the Matrix Supply, it's 614 at the moment.
No, there you go, 14. So I just remember reading somewhere it was 21, but maybe I'm wrong.
It used to be the old Idris.
Yeah.
But the current Polaris listed on the Matrix of Lies is minimum of 6, maximum of 14.
Yeah. So I just, something more obtainable sounds like maybe 8. When Orion's got 8. We'll see what happens, I don't know. It just seems, I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but you guys tell me. It looks like they're dialing it down a little bit. Am I mistaken there, or are you guys seeing the same thing I'm seeing? Oh, okay.
In terms of crew size, I think they have been trying to dial it down. You saw that we've seen that with ships as they go, and I think that part of it is working on that idea of, yes, we want group play, but we also acknowledge that the problems with having those number of people, and people seem to say, I want to be able to do it with X number of people. So I think they're trying to get that balance of where they want to go with ships and crew sizes and stuff. And we know that ships like the Idris and the Kraken, Idris and the Javelin are raid ships, and I imagine that's kind of how they see, in some ways, how they see the Kraken as well. It's they're raid ships, and you've got to look at them like that. And some of those other multi-crew ships are really seen as the group to do it. When you gather up your party to go do a mission, that's what you're using. So. But yeah, for me, the large ship, I think I'm torn, but I think the Air is actually the better of the 3 of those ships, mainly because it's got more crew than an MSR, and each crew's got an actual cabin, and so in terms of the exploration-y type aspect, I think it fits better. For the larger ship, I think of the 3 of them, of those 3, I'd probably go the Carrack, mainly because the Carrack is the all-rounder. So it actually gives more opportunity for the crew to do things.
Sorry, what was the first part of the question in regards to the Corsair part you're talking about? I didn't know.
So the first part of the question was looking at which large ship is better for group play, Connie, MSR, or Corsair. And then
I would just say Caterpillar, and I'll leave it at that.
And the second part of the question is which ship, subcapital, Polaris, Nautilus, or Carrack. Polaris is a capital ship, so it shouldn't be in that list.
Yeah. What did you say? Polaris, Nautilus, and Perseus? Is that what it was? Nautilus.
Polaris, Nautilus, and Carrack. But I think it probably should be Perseus, Nautilus, and Carrack.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But yeah, Caterpillar's also in that group that he was talking about too. And yeah, it's why I call it my favorite daily driver, because just that Swiss Army knife, it's just going to be able to do, like, you know how we always kind of talk about how they're generic, and because it can do so much, it just makes it the most generic of the generic. Swiss Army knife, literally.
Yep. So of those 3, I'd have gone Corsair, but yes, if you chuck the Caterpillar in there, you go. Caterpillar's got so much opportunity, and it's got plenty of beds, so you don't have to worry about that. So yes, it gives you that option as well. Carrack, I'd go because it just gives you so much more gameplay and options. But in crew size, I think the Perseus probably gives you an easier job of getting the crew together and getting out there. So.
Well, it comes down to role too, doesn't it? That's not even another part we're talking about. Like, do you want to do combat? Do you want to do exploration? Like, that changes as well. It's one of the first questions we ask people, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think for me, I was coming in from just looking at my choices. I went Corsair because it's exploration. I've gone Carrack because it's more versatility. But I'm thinking, if you're out in the black, you're able to repair yourself. If you're out in the black, you can do so. I'm clearly thinking automatically from an exploration mindset rather than a combat mindset. So
yeah. So yeah, it always start with, like, when we do it, fix my fleets. We always say, what do you want to do in game? How many people are you playing with? What else do we ask? Algared, I'm tired. What are the questions?
What are your must-haves?
Profession.
What professions do you want?
Yeah.
And then one of the last questions we ask is, what are your must-have ships? What are the ships that you must have in that fleet?
Which we've got weird answers to, like, my favourite ship is the Reclaimer, and they have no Reclaimer.
no, or my favourite profession is mining, and you go, but you don't even have a prospector.
Welcome to the
Oh,
ASOP
well, you know.
system.
So you get different people have different approaches, and so it does change. It does change the thing, and the way you'd answer those questions. And I think really that when you start nutting down that question, it really does come into that gameplay you want to play, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Next question from Pin is, we know CIG are working on fire on ships. We have medical ships and police bounty ships. Do you guys think there is a gameplay loop for firefighting vessels? i.e.
Yes.
a Vulcan variant?
Maybe. The problem is, I could see a search and rescue ship that dedicated to firefighting on ships, but I don't see like a ship with like its cannon swapped out for water hoses or something like that. That just doesn't make any sense in the gameplay we have now.
So, Paul, we talked about this. Oh man, probably was it you, Badges? I talked about it with, and it was a rapid decom. So you know you have the rapid decompression, and it actually comes along, and it can like go over your ship and re-establish and then rescue people from a decompressed ship. And then when you're on ground, obviously firefighting on the ground because you're back in atmosphere. So a fire truck is more likely to be than a fire ship. If you know what I mean. Yeah.
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 But sorry, I think it's highly unlikely when, you know, fire ships, tugs perform this duty a lot. At sea, they have water cannon of all sorts of varying kind of abilities, and then that doesn't really make sense in space when you can just vent.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, part of what you hope will happen in a ship, when you have a fire, you've got a 6-sided shape box in effect that is now on fire. So what you would look to do is you would look to seal that off, you know, so if you think, use the Connie as an example, the crew compartment's on fire, someone's left something in the toaster. You seal it both sides, and even if you can't vent it, it's going to, you basically stop the ventilation feeding to it. It's going to starve itself of oxygen, it's going to extinguish, and then what you do is you wait a significant length of time while the temperature drops, so that when you reintroduce oxygen, it doesn't just recombust. And one of the things that you may well do in that situation, as happens in real ships, is they will do something called boundary cooling. So they'll apply water to the sides of that cube, or that compartment, to basically stop the bulkheads from warping. But when I say they'll do that, they'll basically fill a bucket and they will mop it. In effect, they will put water on and wait till the water evaporates, and then they'll put more water on and wait till the water evaporates. Because obviously a lot of water on a ship is a bad thing. But yeah, I think that's much more likely. I think, you know, being able to event certain things into space will be the more likely course of action. It's one of the reasons I don't like the Hammerhead's engine room, is because those engine modules should be sealed so you can vent them without killing everyone on the ship.
Well, I mean, there's lots of mistakes, like the fact that the crew compartment for the Valkyrie isn't a completely separate hull, which it should be, from the rest of the compartments. But I think there is a space for a mass casualty ship, a ship that's designed to deal with mass casualties on ships, not like an Endeavor or an.
I was going to say like an Endeavor Hope.
It's sort of, but smaller. Something that's more like a Legionnaire, but with in terms of size, maybe a little bit bigger than that. But they can dock, pull open, rip open doors, you know, Jaws of Life style, or explode it open and then get people out. Designed to get people out, or designed to recharge batteries. A ship that's designed to function like a roadside assistance vehicle with an ambulance. To deal with a serious problem where there was a fire and they come in to extinguish it, or to rescue whoever was trapped in there, and then help get that ship limping so they don't just explode.
So if I'm hearing you right, Paul, you're saying, yes, we do need a fire ship, but a fire ship's not what you think. So
we need like a fire truck that doesn't have rather than a fire ship.
Yeah, it's one that's going to. It's one that'll a ship that would latch on. It would force open doors. It would be able to have crew that could actually fight fires if it's still there. But it's not a firefighting ship per se. It's a ship for an emergency, dealing with dealing with an emergency and either being able to repressurize and repair and save people who are stuck and trapped and
exactly. Basically a emergency ship that is different from the current ships like the Apollo, which is more of a dedicated medical ship, or the Red, which is dedicated ambulance ship. We need a first responder ship, a ship that is designed to deal with those problems as they come up, rather than just taking people to a hospital or getting people off the battlefield.
And it's different from a Crucible, which is just repairing the ship as well, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's kind of an amalgamation of both of those ships, but not being able to do all the repair that a Crucible could do, but not being able to do all the medical stuff that one of the others.
I'd compare it to like a Valkyrie, or not a Valkyrie, a Vulcan, like a Vulcan with a Red mixed together.
Yep.
I do kind of hope that the Red gets some of this ability, because it would make it such a more viable choice. That turret searchlight thing that it has, that is no use to man nor beast in its current state. I kind of like the idea of that being able to be used to detect not just what's on a ship, but their precise location. So to give you, in effect, an interior scan of a vessel. Detect where people are, so you know where you need to go. And
it's an X-ray gun.
Yeah, but exactly that. Why not?
Why not? You need that for if you're trying
Hold
to work
still
out
and need to see if your ribs are broken.
Well, I mean, use the Starfarer, right? You've got someone trapped in a compartment on the Starfarer. They've got 20 minutes of oxygen. You've got to go get them, but all the doors are locked. If it takes you 5 minutes to cut through a door, it's going to take you hours to search that thing. Whereas you get something that gives you the location, because our scans say who's on board. They don't say where they are.
Wouldn't you just use a life scanner though, like that tells you where the bodies are or whatever? Because they've said that
you might be able to, but that's more of an FPS thing. If they could have something like that, but scaled up for the Red and have a dedicated thing. Because you could also, if you make it as a thing on ships, you could also make it like they want to do that whole like meaningful gameplay with blades. That could be one of those blades for your scanner where it could be life form detection, but like the Red has it built in. Like you don't need to swap it out; it's already there.
And of course, the reverse side of this is that if you've got a ship that's layered so you can't scan it because you're wanting to do nasty cargo, or you just don't want pirates to know what you're carrying.
Legitimate entrepreneurship.
Yes,
all right?
but
it's legitimate entrepreneurship.
Look, I've got no problem with legitimate entrepreneurs taking stuff, or legitimate entrepreneurs not wanting pirates to know what they're carrying. But the reverse side of that is if you get in trouble and the ambulance guys or the first responders come along to help you and they can't scan your ship to find out where you are, that's on you.
I love the fact that we've come up with this idea and Algared's already thinking about how he can dick over the criminals.
Well, no, it's not just looking at. That's not trying to dick over the criminals. It's there are people who want to have those scan things. The pirates can't work out what they're carrying.
Yeah,
it's not just trying to be a criminal and get stuff past security. There's lots of people who don't want anyone to be able to scan and say, "Oh, you're carrying that."
Yeah, absolutely. But what Paul said about some sort of Vulcan Red variant, something that can plug holes and get people out of ships when they've got no breathing apparatus themselves. I don't want to bring the tone down too much, but one of the problems they have on, shipwrecks where people are inside the hull is getting through the hull in enough time, with enough speed to save the people inside. Because of course, as you cut a hole in it, it's letting water in. So maybe some insulating foam thing that you can squirt at the outside of a hole because it's already depressurized, right? To seal execute. We saw that. To seal the hole to let people get out, something to, fix over maybe a damaged docking collar. To provide that airtight seal when the collar can no longer do it itself. That would be cool as well.
Yeah.
But I think one of the ideas X had at least at one point was, your ship kind of docks on and latches on to the ship, even if it's, even if it is forcing the lock or the lock broken, making a new seal. So you can do that and then re-establishing that vacuum. So you can either repair the hole or do whatever so you can actually get in and save people. I think that's all part of that type of gameplay of that fire ship to give it for want of another name. But it's not using hoses to fight fire like we see, fire ships today. It's doing a different role. It's fulfilling that same type of thing, but it's doing different things in that first response. But yeah, I think there's a position for that type of ship. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next question.
So
Next question.
Almond Butter asks, what is the F7 and are you looking forward to it? Do you mean the Hornet?
The F7A?
The F7A or the F7 or the F8? I think it's the F7A he's talking about. Has to be, surely.
Almond, we'll come back to that. Can you just clarify, mate, if you're still with us, can you just clarify what it is you mean in chat?
Are you meaning the fighter?
So we're answering the right question, bud. That'd be very, very helpful. Earlier on, X, when we were talking about the Polaris and the Kraken, and you said about the earning down, Vital Win said, "Thank you, X. You were on the money of where my question originated from." And he said those are the ships that he's narrowed the choice down to, but that's exactly the root of that question.
Yeah, they're both good choices, just for different reasons. And I'd almost say it comes down to your budget, mate. Based on what you just said there, like if you can afford the Kraken and it's the only ship you want to get it. You will get loaners for it, and it will be a little bit difficult to start to get rolling. But I'd rather roll downhill than roll uphill. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Jedi Drifter asks, do you think maybe NPC reclaimers will get rid of all the player wrecks that players don't scrap, so there won't be many taxing the servers?
That's a good idea.
Maybe.
Yes, I mean that's pretty much what Quanta's going to do anyway. I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that was what I was going to say is that it'll be Quanta. It doesn't matter if it's a reclaimer or not. It's just going to be a Quanta, and then it's important to remember that it's a dice roll. What you see is like what you experience in something like a typical RPG where you have random encounters, and like a JRPG where you have random encounters where you walk around the world and just random things show up. That is what you're going to get in Star Citizen. It's the exact same thing. That's the random roll of chance. That's what the probability volume is. So you won't actually see reclaimers doing this, and you might chance upon a reclaimer doing it, but you might show up and that thing is already gone, even though it's in the process of the Quanta's in the process of removing it, because you didn't get the probability volume and you don't see it. So it's the universe of Star Citizen is as fake as people used to complain that other games are, and that Star Citizen is going to fake it. Star Citizen's going to fake it. Of course they're going to fake it. It's just you don't see it. You won't see a lot of this stuff happening, but it'll feel like it's happening.
That's right. That's a really good way to put it. It's a simulation for a reason, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You just don't see the simulation, and that's we were talking with why am I blanking on his name? He's another YouTuber. He was on the captain's table at one point, and we talked about about this sort of thing. And as he pointed out, is like the quantum simulation is neat, but it has you won't see it when it first comes in. We have to wait until we start seeing it, and that's when those dice rolls will come in. So,
Yep.
Okie dokie. 214 Gibbs asks, freelancer rework to work as it does in the trailers when ?
That's a question. I think it might at some point, because they've started to fix a lot of those problems, but I don't think it's going to happen until after Squadron comes out. unless it's in Squadron. And we have seen pictures of the Freelancer in Squadron with the visual teaser. So we may see it happen at some point. But I do think we're going to see the rotations, but I don't think we're going to see it until they get a lot of the flight aerodynamic stuff in. The flaps and the thruster curves, because once those comes in, it makes sense to have the Freelancer be able to rotate for a VTOL mode similar to the Cutlass.
And swing its cannons out to the side, and so we look forward to those types of things. One day they'll come. If you build it, they will come.
Eventually.
Okay.
Embarkation has a question for us. Their question is,
no. 2 seconds, sorry. I got Vert XD, Vert, smiley face.
Vert's question, go on. Okay, so Vert had a question. Sorry, Embarkation, we're going to leave your question for the time being. Vert XD had a question. It was, any thoughts on a possible Anvil capital ship? What kind of functionality would each one of you hope to see in such a ship? Paul.
I am the one who's been spreading this rumor for a while, and a lot of people. I claimed that we were going to see an Anvil capital ship last year, and was it last year or year before that? And it ended up being Liberator, and people were like, "That's your capital ship," and I'm like, "Well, it was the one part of the one I was hoping for, but what I was actually hoping for with Anvil is something else." And then this year at IAE, they used the same line again. And CIG is sometimes careless and leaves things in, but that usually means something like that being in twice a year just means that my guess is that CIG had planned to release an Anvil capital ship, got snacked up in development, like they had a plan, and then Chris saw it, and Chris was just like, "What the hell is this?"
Something was wrong with it, and they went, "No."
Yeah, and then they started working on other things, and it's just like, okay, let's push this back, and let's focus on Liberator, let's focus on these other things, and it just gets lost in the shuffle, and we'll come back eventually. When they get, especially with the brand new merchantmen be taking so long. So my theory is that in lore, again, I'm a broken record when it comes to this kind of stuff. There was supposed to be a replacement for the Perseus back at the end of the Second Tavaran War, because the Perseus was old then, let alone now, and they needed a new patrol ship. So they turned to the guy who, Case Aerospace, the guy who made the Hurricane, and said, "We need you to build a new version." And so he was getting ready to do it, and then he died in an accident. And Case Aerospace couldn't keep the contract, and eventually Case Aerospace collapsed. Then J. Harris Arnold, the man who took over Case Aerospace's legacy and created Anvil Aerospace, purchased all of the patents from Case Aerospace, which is why they re-released the Hurricane. So I believe we will see a ship that is a direct competitor to the Perseus, with maybe some small things, like maybe a landing bay for the Pisces, something like that, like a small snub ship, or some sort of gimmick to make it a little bit different. And the difference from it being the size 7 sluggers to have just a giant railgun attached to that thing.
Can I put one small little hole in your theory?
Sure.
The Odyssey. The Odyssey came out last year. The Odyssey came out last year.
But the Odyssey's not Anvil. The Odyssey is Misk.
But that destroys your theory of that they were going to bring it out last year.
Oh, no. It was 2 years ago that I said it was going to happen. But then they said it at Invictus last year.
Happen.
And then it didn't happen. And then they said it again this year at Invictus. So there was a line that said, Anvil is working with the UEE to bring out new technology on Killian, which is like MacArthur Station, which is where they built the Retribution, and they built the Bangles.
That's like the Navy's major shipyard, training ground, military base, etc.
Them working together there is not a new fighter. It's not a new long-haul cargo ship. It's going to be something big, probably capital-sized, if they're going to the Killian yards. So the Skydocks in Killian.
I want to throw something else that was out too. They found a line of code that said Pisces 8R. What do you think that would be?
Again, I think it's a snub ship for the for this replacement for the Perseus.
You do realize the original Perseus actually had a scanner in it? And me and Algared,
Yeah,
back
'cause it
when
was-
me and Algared did an
I think it was
episode.
the RSI. It was the RSI Odin when you thought it was the RSI Odin. Yeah.
No. Way back. Me and Algared did an episode on what the Pisces needed to be, and we literally said it's got to have scanners for jump drives. So I actually do think they will eventually release a version that has that original scanning station back in the Pisces. But yeah.
Okay, that could be. I just think what they'll have is they'll have some sort of snub ship, and they already have the Pisces, so it'll be a nice way of saying like a standoff version of the Perseus, where the Perseus runs in and just goes dack. This thing would be standing away, further away, and shooting larger targets with its railgun, and then using a small snub fighter kind of bay to be able to have some local fighter support. So, but it's a patrol ship. It's designed to come into the area. Everyone sees it because it's not designed to be stealthy. And then if they try to come after it, they can TKO larger ships before they can even get there. So like a miniaturized version of the not as big and tough as the gun on the Idris, but it's slightly smaller version.
But something that can do a lot of damage as well. And that would make sense in terms of a long Cold War with the Xeon, where you don't necessarily want to be having massive fleets out there, but you do want to have the big guns stay away.
Yeah.
So,
and they were looking to replace the Perseus with something that was more specifically designed to take on the Xi'an, and that sounds like a Xi'an killer. So for patrolling. Anyways, that was my thing. I got to go too because I got to go set up. So,
Yeah, well, message me when you're done, and
we'll raid you.
We'll raid you.
Okay. Later, y'all.
See you, mate.
Adios.
See you later, mate.
Bye, Paul.
Need to get you on the captain's table sometime too, Badges.
Yep.
What, again?
Again?
Yeah.
Again? What? You were on there before?
Yeah. Yeah, you put me on there before.
Yeah, I'll put you on there again.
Good fun. I like Paul.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
I should hear all the bad things he says about you. No.
Well, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm joking.
Nothing to do with you.
All capital ship.
So, what would you want on a capital ship, Badges?
I don't know. We need smaller carriers. We need carriers that aren't Pegasus size.
Mm-hmm.
And alright, we've got the Kraken. You get that. But, it's not particularly... What we've seen with all the ships intended to go in combat with craft is that they're sealed away inside. Whereas the Kraken, yes, it can do that, but obviously its primary pads, because they take larger vessels, are the ones on top that don't protect it. In exactly the same way that the Liberator is not a carrier. So yeah, it's interesting. Something I don't know whether it's going to be something like completely left of field, like an e-warfare capital ship or a drone controlling capital ship, or And then on the other side of that, I'm never against anything with really, really, really big gun. So yeah.
I do think we need a few more railguns, personally.
Big guns.
You see what that AI did? Couldn't beat me, so ran me.
Yep.
What a dick.
Hey, well, I've seen, both types of things in war movies before. Oh, you can't take me, I'll take you with me. Type of attitude, but yeah. I'm not sure what I'd want on a capital ship. Part of me wants a ship that's has a smallish crew.
What the
Don't ask us what happened. You're incapacitated.
I died!
How did you die? You're not in a spacesuit?
No, I was. Don't understand. So
They gave you a
confused.
bleeder when they crashed in your cockpit? I don't know. Didn't see it.
I'm sure someone will message me and tell me how I died, but that makes no sense. But yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure what I'd want in a capital ship. I'd like it to be a smaller cruise ship, so not necessarily Idrisy size. I kind of agree with you. It'd be nice to have a carrier because we don't really have a carrier. We've got a transport ship and we've got the Kraken, but if you're going carrier, you really want... I'd like to see a carrier with internal compartments, carried more ships than an Idris. But that says large crew. I think I'd probably want something like a railgun because it is more that standoff ship, but then I could also see a support role ship, so...
Do you know what I would like to see weirdly in a pirate ship? And I know they'll never do it. Just like I'm visually speaking here. Imagine a Kraken that actually like a ship that fired like a giant net, just like and pull ships in. I know they'll never do it, but like that could be kind of cool. Like a
Tholian net to go into Star Trek lore.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
Probably need some more mine layer ships too. Like mines, like they've made this one ship and the mines are just, too small.
Yep. Okay, so embarkation has a...
Yep. How many questions have we got left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
You guys never want me to go to sleep, do you? Right, okay. I see how it is.
So we'll call the we'll close the questions off at this point. If you've got another question, if you tack it on, we will answer it next week. Unless it is really, really, really interesting and catches our attention and makes us go ooh and salivate. But we'll close the questions off at this point. So Embarkation has a comment. He says, I think it's likely that newer versions of some of the ships will be released in the future. For example, a Connie Mark V 2954 version. What do you think?
We've talked about this, haven't
we get to upgrade to it? And is it acceptable?
We did talk about this before, didn't we, Algared?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we will get newer upgrades of ships. 100% agree. Or newer versions of ships. Will we be able to upgrade to them? Maybe be able to take it in for your ship in for a trade-in.
I think it'd be more like a paid upgrade, like a CCU.
Or CCUs, because that's money for CIG. Is that acceptable? Yeah. And there'll be people who want to keep their old ship and just buy the new one because then they can take their old ship out and it's like, yeah, you may have a Connie, but I've got an original. So yeah, I could see that.
Oh, I'm just realizing I'm getting
your thoughts on that?
Lower and lower down on the camera here, but I'm getting tighter and tighter. Sorry.
Yeah. You're sinking into the seat.
Yes.
I'm not sold on the concept that they'll be releasing upgraded versions of the same ships or updated versions, like a new model Connie.
They've actually said they're going to, so
Have they?
that destroys your theory. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it doesn't, because saying something that doesn't make sense isn't a theory. It's calling bullshit your theory. But there we go.
Yeah,
I think it's a questionable step. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I think I'd have to think about that because again,
I think if they do, it's one of those things I don't think really matters. If they do, it's great. If they don't, big deal. But I think if they ever do it, it's because they've decided, oh yeah, we want a new ship. Let's upgrade this one. But there's so many ships that they've got, and so many ships I think they want to do. Upgrade. Why do another version of a ship? I could see them possibly doing it for Connie if, when they're reworking it, they go, there are so many things wrong with this, we've got to rework. Let's start again, and then that's going to be our 2950 build. Almost like the 600i. They rework that. It's effectively a new ship in many regards because they've gutted the inside and so. Next question. Monster AV says, how long before you you think they start doubling up in categories with multiple manufacturers, anvils, take on Perseus, etc.?
I don't mean this. I was going to say, I don't mean this as an actually question. But yeah, they have. The Carrack and the Pioneer are kind of. Sorry, Carrack and the Odyssey. I know what I meant.
No, they're not the same size. They're in different size categories. What he's literally saying is, say something like the Prospector, and they make a direct Prospector competitor that's in the same size class.
Like the Aurora versus the
Mustang.
Versus the Perseus versus the Pisces versus and I think we already have that to some degree.
I would say we do in some of the smaller stuff, but I don't think we've actually got it in any of the industrial stuff. No. So there's no. I'd say we do in some of the cargo ships, maybe, like the hull A, the hull B, the raft, in that type of area in there, and you could probably chuck the Freelancer in there and some of the stuff, the generic stuff. But there's nothing that's tailored, so nothing that's mining, nothing that's refining, salvage, anything
Sorry
like
to backpedal. The Odyssey and the Carrack aren't both large.
Sorry, what?
No, they're not. The Odyssey is capital and the Carrack is large.
That's not what it's listed.
Yeah, the Odyssey is bigger than the Carrack.
And the Odyssey has a capital component, so that instantly makes it capital. And the Carrack fits in a large hangar by 2 meters. It's 128, that fits in a 130 meter hangar.
At least in the way CIG have talked about, saying a capital ship is a capital ship because it's got a capital component. So yeah,
it does make it annoying because then you get things like the Reclaimer that kind of breaks that metric because it's actually smaller than a lot of the other the capitals by quite a large margin. But yeah. I don't know. This is all before they had metrics, and they're only just starting to, the Odyssey was the first ship we actually saw with that metric hangar, and then they go, oh, now the Polaris has got that too, and you would have hoped. I'm randomly typing shit. Sorry.
I think we need to get Paul back to answer this question though. This is from the Astropub.
Yeah.
And he says, why do you think CIG is being cagey about 318?
Oh, it's a pretty big patch. You got a lot of stuff coming down the pipe on that one,
Yeah.
Persistence, you've got the cargo refactor, there's a whole bunch in there.
I think also to find cagey.
Yeah. So, Paul, what do you mean by cagey? But I think I just take it at the big patch. So there's a lot to get through. So yeah.
Well, they even made a 3.17.2. That kind of tells you how big of a patch it is. They gave it 6 months rather than the standard 3. First time they've ever done that. That just tells you everything, doesn't it?
So yeah. Execute. This is a question for you from Shadow Girl.
Right.
So how many hours of sleep would you like to have right now? And also, how do you feel about this needless delaying question? Your thoughts?
Don't mind about the question at all. Look, we actually went an extra hour today, so we did go an hour beyond what I wanted to go, but that's fine.
Yeah, an hour longer than we intended. That's okay.
But no, I just have sleep issues. I have insomnia, so it's just I kind of get used to it. Yeah. But could I have? If I didn't have the stream, I probably would be asleep right now. But when you dedicate to something, you've just got to get up and get on with it. So that's just what I do.
Yeah. But there are sometimes your execute feels worse than other times, and sometimes your sleep issues are nastier than other times.
This is definitely the worst I've felt doing this stream. Because and you can tell I'm a little bit out of it. Like I've just been sitting there playing the game and not talking, and that's fine. And these guys are carrying the weight, but that's what you do when you work together too. You help each other out.
That's an advantage of a team as opposed to doing solo.
Exactly.
So yep. Centermass Gamer has a question. His question is: Will the lib grow when they work on it? will it just get a larger version or of what it is now, or will it be reclassified as a medium carrier that has more turrets and is actually combat capable?
I think you're grasping at straws there, whoever asked that question, because
Cinema's Gamer
sounds like one of those I'm hoping they do this questions. And because I'm going to be more honest with you, what you described there is something more like a medium carrier, something in between the Kraken and the Liberator, and you might just have to wait until that pops up. You know, they've concepted the Liberator, they've sold the Liberator, so it makes it a lot harder to move and change it.
Because the second you do that, lots of community
have we actually radically seen them change a ship? Like radically? Because that is what he described there is radically different.
Yeah, that's a radical change, and you know, but even slight changes on ships have had people pull out pitchforks.
I was watching Space Tomato did a show called Citizen Central on his stream. I think it was the first one he's done, and they were talking about ships that have been radically changed or something, and they mentioned the Redeemer, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And like, it's got modules, and the only person that remembered had modules was Joe Run. It was quite funny to watch that. A lot of people have generally forgot. A lot of changes. Sorry. People put down to they've got rid of something, but they've added to it or modified it. But in the case of that Liberator that you're mentioning, you've explained another ship.
The only ship I can recall that I think lost anything was the 890, and it lost a man turret. And I think in a sense that's a good thing because it actually kept the crew numbers down on the ship. Owners of the 890 will probably jump up and down and say, "No, you're wrong, Algared." But
that's probably
other things that I think that changed around on it. But that was probably the biggest thing that I can think of. The 890 had changed.
The two biggest changes I think in this game would be the Banner Merchantman and the I had the ship, no, forgotten. Was it not?
Carrick?
No.
It got the fattening. Oh, the Idris.
That was the other one, the Idris. So the Idris and the Banner Merchantman, just because they just grew sheerly in size, but you tend to see them more towards a positive thing. So if you're thinking, so I can see where he's going. He's like trying to go, there's a Liberator, and could the Liberator grow like that? Well, no, because it's called a light carrier. So doesn't that just by default kind of say there's going to be a medium carrier? Just because there's one, light, medium, heavy?
And there is that aspect where we see ships grow. And we certainly see that with a lot of the older ships. They grow to fit components, and then because they're needing to grow to fit stuff, to keep the metrics sort of look right, they grow even more, so they put more stuff in.
Actually, I just got to really had something going in my head then. Badges, could a heavy carrier technically be the same size as a Liberator, but it's just way more armored? Are you having a stroke?
Speaking from thanks.
Sorry.
Speaking from a maritime perspective, there is not such thing as a heavy carrier. The designations are the ones that make sense now are escort carrier and fleet carrier. A fleet carrier are the big ones. You're talking things like the Gerald R. Ford class, the current US ones, the UK's QE and the Prince of Wales. There are other variants, but they are exceptionally niche. You've got the UK's old ones, they call them through-deck cruisers. And there are various like random ones. Russia called its last cruiser something weird, and to get round basically one of the naval treaties. The Liberator's not a carrier in the traditional sense. I know what they say it is, but it's not. Not in the traditional sense. It's a shipping ship.
It's a transport ship. And how do you know it's a transport ship and not a carrier? It doesn't have quarters for the crew of the ships that it's carrying to stay in. It's just got seats at best.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it. It could certainly, the trick is with a carrier, the classifications about certainly how many they carry but how quickly they turn them around, and get them back in the air and that all the support stuff that goes with it. And the Liberators just got none of it, not in any meaningful way. Sorry, X.
Hey, no, I was going to say, I was just noticing. Look at this. No one else can see this, but these two boys can. Look who just subscribed. That was Paul.
Sorry.
Paul wasn't subscribed. I have to
Rude.
I'm gonna call it there because Paul is up and streaming.
Yep.
And I really want to get to bed because I'm just absolutely exhausted. So thank you everyone for joining us. For the super chats, the likes, and joining us. Is there anything else you guys want to add before we sign off?
So those 6 questions that we haven't answered yet, we will deal with them next week.
Yes.
Yes, Shadow Girl, we are aware you were just having a bit of fun with us when you did ask your questions, so don't feel bad about it.
It's all fine.
I thought we had a bit of fun with it as well, so that's okay. I will say the old, as Execute said, thanks to anyone who super chatted. It was great. If you do want to become support us, don't forget there's Patreon. There's also YouTube membership. Like, subscribe, hit the bell because it gives us a warm fuzzy. We do read every comment. It does help with the algorithm. Just remember, be polite, be kind, treat each other as you'd like to be treated yourself, and tell us what you think in terms of the topics we've talked about.
Anything you want to say, Badgers?
Long live the Perseus.
Not likely when I'm around, but anyway. All right, with that...
Perseus will live longer than the 890 jump when you're around, I think.
Yes. Love you and leave
Judging by your flying.
He's Execute.
I'm going to... Hang on. I'm going to send...
Algared.
I'm going to send... There goes our Twitch people, sending you guys off in 8 seconds. And then once they're gone, then we can sign off. I totally forgot. 4, 3... And make sure you tell Paul he's got terrible hair. And why didn't he subscribe? Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, why didn't you subscribe earlier?
All right, so Twitch people have gone. Everyone on YouTube, thanks for joining us. We'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye.
Take care.